Murdoch, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 22. Written by Diane Darcy. Narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Prologue.
Number 79. Are you there, laddie?
Murdoch Stirling didn't respond. Why should he? He wasn't interested in what the young witch offered. This grave was his, all that was left to him. If he wished to keep himself there, he would.
Let me put it in a different way. Get your arse out of that grave and get up here right now.
He winced. It sounded as if Sansaray yelled directly into his ear, though of course that particular appendage had gone the way of brownies, sprites and silkies, vanished and barely remembered.
Captain!
Murdoch sighed, or he would have if he'd the breath for it. Surely she'd go away if he lay there amid his bones, the only possession left to him. Unless she went for a shovel, he'd not have to face her, would he? As he couldn't get absolution, what was the point in shouldering an assigned task? He didn't desire any more responsibility, wouldn't accept any. He was going straight to hell, that was a given. These last centuries had simply been a reprieve. As the others finally started to move on with Sonny's help, he'd known his end wouldn't be a pleasant one, so he might as well go last. If the other 78 Highlanders couldn't forgive Bonnie Prince Charlie after all this time, he wouldn't be forgiven his part either, would he? While Culloden Moor was like his own private prison, it was better than what awaited. Hell in a handbasket. So thanks, but no thanks, little witch. He felt himself float past dirt and grass and grave marker, and fought to remain. Was she to make him go? Did she ken the fate awaiting him? Mayhap the lass didn't care, or she even believed he deserved his fate. Or mayhap she was simply doing the task assigned to her, scraping Culloden Moor clean of haunts. Out of the lot of them, he, Murdoch Stirling, spy extraordinaire, should have recognised Dudley Bradstreet. Didn't like call to like. On Dudley's word, the entire Jacobite army had turned back from their march to London to replace the king, and Murdoch hadn't caught the man that was a spy. It still stung after centuries. He was responsible, not Bonnie Prince Charlie. The man was simply a figurehead they'd gotten behind, many for their own reasons. They all had their parts to play, didn't they? Just because he hadn't done his well didn't mean others would fail at their own assigned tasks. He felt himself lighten, fought harder to stay put, strained to resist the witch's pull. Much good it did him. He quickly appeared before the young lass, who lowered her arms and smiled cheerily at him.
Ah, there you are.
He glared at the lass and at the wraiths gathered about. I'm not interested in what you've got on offer, and I don't carry a whip for a young Prince Charlie. Gasps from the other ghosts had his eyes rolling. Oh, come now, stop acting like a flock of old hens. From what I remember of the man, he was pathetic and not worth our time in the end. The point being, I barely remember him. That was a lie, of course, but he truly didn't care any more and wouldn't pretend he did. But, Captain, we've been stuck here, and whose fault if not his? Do you not care about that? He managed not to flinch. How do you know he was the one what stranded us here in the first place, eh? Mayhap 'twas a witch. He threw the words and a glare at young Sonny, even as guilt over his past actions bit into him. More gasps, low mumbles, and grousing met his words. He wasn't hero material, no matter what the men believed. In actuality, he was a fraud, and if the men didn't blame him for his failure, it was only because they didn't ken his part, or rather the part he'd failed to play. He was the reason every last man of them died, and the guilt of it was a sharp pain in his soul. Quit your belly aching. I'm not saying I'll not pummel the man if given the chance. I will, see him as the lot of ye. I ken 'tis the principle of the matter, but remember, 'tis not like I wasn't there, drinking to the health of the Pretender's son, same as the rest of ye. I dipped deep and gave my last coins when called upon. I showed my support through sword and cunning, and it didn't work out in the end, did it now? And whose fault was that? Another spike of guilt surged through him. He shrugged, more of a ghostly wavering than anything else. Well, that's war, isn't it, lads? We weren't the first nor the last to lose our lives to a senseless battle fought for reasons that probably didn't even matter. At the time, you were asking the rest of us to give our all, as I remember it, Fraser grumbled. Murmurs of agreement echoed. If you didn't believe in the cause, you shouldn't have followed me, and you certainly shouldn't have followed young Charles. None of that matters now. McBean glanced around at the others. If he's willing to do his part, that's what's important. Arguing is a pointless affair. That's true. The captain was always a fair man, McGillicuddy agreed. Sonny's gaze was concerned as she stood still, and seemed to see so deeply within him. He couldn't look away once she'd captured his gaze.
Do you not wish to move on with the others? Do you wish to be alone here, by yourself, depressed and mouldering?
He winced, then inwardly cursed himself for his reaction. Why should he let a young chit of a girl get under his skin? Aye, he was depressed and mouldering, but in truth naught seemed to matter any more, did it? He could moulder here as well as anywhere. It was better than the fiery pits, wasn't it? Who knew what awaited him there? The witch watched him carefully.
Surely 'twill be more fun than this. Don't you wish for more?
Once upon a time he'd wished for more. He used to want to move on, had wondered endlessly why he hadn't. He used to be alive too, didn't he? He'd spied on the English and had his fun, turning the tide of public opinion and stirring the masses. His fellow Jacobites had loved him for it. That had been fun aplenty, a grand adventure until his capture and escape. Once marked, he'd been unable to move freely among the English and do his part. He'd been promoted to captain and marched and fought with the rest. That hadn't been nearly as much fun. Not that any of it mattered any more. Naught did. He knew where he was headed. Just send someone else, will ye? The men looked worriedly at each other, as if they cared for him. No one had blamed him or ever said a word about his incompetence, but he knew. He knew he'd denied his brethren victory, stolen their lives from them, and cursed them to dwell in this prison of death and yearning. If he'd done his job, the massacre at Culloden Moor would never have occurred.
But Murdoch, this could be your grandest adventure ever. Will you miss it before you arrive at your final destination?
He shot the witch a sharp glance. Did she pluck his thoughts from the air? Did she know what he'd been thinking? She stared implacably back.
Weel?
What exactly did the witch think to offer him? He truly didn't wish revenge against bonny Prince Charlie. He knew well enough who lay at fault for the outcome of the battle that trapped them here. So what would entice him? Naught he could think of. Just send someone else and leave me be. Sonny's chin lifted.
'Tis your turn, and you will be going.
She slid him a sly smile.
What if I promised you'll be fair glad you went? You'll see things you've not seen before in life. Are you fearful?
A sick kind of anger burned through him, and he fought against any reaction. He simply snorted, as did many of the ghosts around him. Fearful? He wasn't afraid, and all that knew him knew it well. Sonny knew it too. She was trying to tweak him, and it was working just a bit. If he'd any pride left to him, she'd just trod upon it.
Think of the fun, getting away from here.
Fun had not entered into his reality in many a year.
The chance of adventure.
Her voice was smooth, enticing. The ghosts watched carefully, hopefully. What they thought to gain out of his going, he'd no idea. He willed himself to sink again, but it was no use. It was as if a barrier had been placed between him and his bones. He glared at Sonny.
There is a lass. A lady needing rescue.
She arched a brow and smiled. He scoffed and indicated his wispy body. What care I for a lass? Scorn filled his voice. Sonny shrugged.
Apparently not.
Her voice sharpened.
But she's yours to help regardless.
He's to have a lass, like a lady of his own. He could hear the jealousy in the other man's tone. Mine.
For a short while.
Possessiveness swamped him along with indecision. His, if only for a short while. Not one person had ever mourned him, much less a lass. His parents died long before his youth ended. 'Twas one reason he'd been recruited for the monastery. He'd a few distant relatives, but no one close. The ones he'd been jealous of were those who'd sweethearts to come in the beginning. Their tears a balm to some, but acid to Murdoch, who'd no one to do the same. Remembered resentment welled within him.
Mayhap I'll send another in your place to help her.
Murdoch wrestled with his thoughts, with all the reasons he shouldn't go. But there was a lass, and she was his. He'll have a lass to win, someone muttered. And how am I to do that, pray tell? He snapped. Be a gentleman to her, one ghost offered. Make sure you open doors for her, another advised. 'Tis important. Soon they were all talking. Aye, in the movies they always open doors for the ladies. Man, in the parking lot, I've seen men who didn't open doors, and they're right worthless. Ye could sing to her. Have you heard his voice? Nay, Captain, don't he sing, but a bit of praise never comes amiss. Sonny sighed and turned away.
All right. Kenrick?
The witch called out to a clansman. Murdoch surged forward to block her path. The loss is mine, and mine alone. Sonny eyed him between lashes and bit back a smile. He saw she never intended to send Kendrick at all.
For a short while. I'm rarely wrong about these things.
His brows drew together as resentment stirred. He knew he was swayed, but even so, why not surrender? What was the use of all this anyway? The witch was to send him, that was clear enough. He straightened to the best of his ability. He might be a fool, but he was no coward. He might as well go straight to hell, as he'd already been in one of his own making. He hadn't had a choice in anything in a long while. A grand adventure, you see. For how long? The ghosts around wilted with relief. Sonny's lips curved.
A couple of days. Mayhap longer. 'Tis to be your grandest adventure yet.
It had best be a good one. She smiled widely, all charm and deviltry.
I have such an adventure planned for you. 'Tis unlike anything you've seen before.
And then to move on. A bolt of unease shot through him.
Just so.
Straight to hell and his punishment, no doubt. Mayhap it would be a welcome relief after all. Instead of dread, he could simply get on with it. Go to his just reward. Besides, according to what he'd heard, he'd have a couple of days first. Something different had to be good. The endless days, years, decades, and centuries ran together. He'd experienced what he could of life in the time allotted, and it would have to be enough. All right, I'll be glad to sock the man in the nose, if not for myself, for the others. A cheer rose in the air. Sonny smiled, and he had to admit He liked the sight of her sweet, cheerful face, lighting as it did from within. It made him glad he'd pleased her, but that didn't mean she'd have her way in everything. I'll be wanting my dagger and claymore. She shook her head, but looked upon him kindly.
The claymore will stand out, and you'll be considered a danger.
He grimaced, but finally nodded. My dagger, then, the one lost to me. For some reason she looked amused.
You're a possessive man, Captain.
Aye. He felt a spark of something within him, a feeling long forgotten. He was to have a lady that was his and his alone, if only for a short while. Aye, he'd go, and to the devil with the consequences. Chapter 1. Hey. Sarah Davis glanced up from where she sat at her desk to see Principal Winslow poking his head in her doorway. His big smile immediately made her cringe. She tried to hide her reaction with a quick curve of her lips.
Hello, Principal Winslow.
That was all the encouragement he needed. He came the rest of the way into the room and chuckled. Sarah, how many times do I need to tell you that, when it's just the two of us, you can call me Brad? She responded with a barely there smile, hopefully polite and off-putting at the same time as he continued. I just thought I'd stop by and see how you're settling in. She glanced around the classroom, determined to keep her answer short and to the point. She didn't want to encourage the man.
I'm doing great. I finished decorating the walls and have a few more projects to work through before school starts next week.
He grinned again. I'm not sure I'm going to like the year-round schedule. What was the Boston School District thinking? Hadn't they already discussed this?
I guess we'll get used to it.
He leaned back against the wall of white cupboards she'd recently organised. School in July. It's just not right. What wasn't right was the way he kept coming in here. Elementary school principals shouldn't be so creepy. She just knew she was going to have to turn the guy down for a date, and that wasn't fair, was it? He was putting her in an awkward position. June Chan, best friend and co-worker, thought she should just go out with him once. If once was it, she'd do it to get rid of him. Since she doubted that was the case, it would be easier to just turn him down to start with. She didn't want him calling her his ex-girlfriend or something weird like that. In a way, she wished he'd ask already and get it over with.
I can't disagree.
He lifted a small, brown, wrapped package she hadn't noticed before. I have something for you. Dread had her sinking back in her chair. A gift. She didn't want to take it, but didn't see a way around it. When he continued to hold out the package, she reluctantly raised her hand. At the last second, he held it out of reach and chuckled. She settled against her chair and looked at him. Really? Just kidding. He held it out again. When she reached for the package, he lifted it out of reach and laughed. Was this guy for real? How about we make an exchange? You go out to the Beantown pub with me tonight, and I'll give you this. Since she didn't want it in the first place, the offer was a no-go. She placed her hands neatly on top of the desk.
I don't think so.
My treat, of course. Have you been there? It's on the Freedom Trail, so we might have to deal with a few tourists, but we could walk afterwards. He looked supremely confident, as if a positive answer was a foregone conclusion.
No, thank you.
Now come on. If you're worried about the fact that we work together, there are no hard and fast rules about co-workers dating in this school district.
Again, thank you, but no.
She ran through the list of excuses she'd come up with and decided he wasn't going to get her to lie. Maybe another time. With a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, he finally set the package on her desk. With relief, she noted it was from her grandfather, but she didn't want to open it in front of Principal Winslow. His attention wasn't on her as he glanced around the room at the newly decorated wall with pictures of all her favourite children's books. "This is great. I like what you've done with the place. You're really good with kids, and I bet you'd like one of your own. I could make you a mom." He chuckled. Ooh, this from a guy who made everyone watch the sexual harassment movie before school started. From the way his eyes sharpened coldly, she thought she'd said the word aloud, but realised her expression was probably just as clear. Before she could try and salvage the situation, June walked into the room.
Hey, guys.
Relief flooded Sarah when she saw her friend.
Hi. Am I missing out on a meeting?
Principal Winslow gave her a tight smile. "I was just leaving." Using his knuckles, he knocked twice on her desk. "Think about dinner, Sarah." Not gonna happen, but Sarah simply nodded to get him to leave. June groaned.
I'm already missing the cabin in the lake. That was so much fun, wasn't it? It was. Have we really been home a week already? It'll be empty for the rest of the summer. My parents only go if I do. We should totally sneak back up there at the first opportunity, while it's still hot. Count me in.
June peeked out into the hallway, then hurried to sit on the desk.
It piqued my curiosity. Did you tell them you had a boyfriend or a disease? Neither. I decided I didn't want to lie. You should have just told him your heart is bulletproof.
June's tone was teasing.
Which it is.
Sarah's answer was flat, her brow arched.
Once broken, never to be given again? My heart wasn't exactly broken. I only dated what's-his-name for a few weeks. The fact that he turned out to be married makes me risk-adverse, not heartbroken.
June hopped off the desk.
Whatever. We'll see if you still feel that way when the right guy comes along. I will. Will not. Will too.
Sarah muttered under her breath. Unless she could find an honest guy who would offer her a forever kind of love, she wasn't budging. June glanced around the room.
Oh, this is looking good. I'd better work on my own room.
She started backing toward the door.
3 days till school starts. The kids will be here before we know it.
After June left, Sarah reached for the package and opened it. It was a book by her grandfather's favourite science fiction author. She turned it over, studied the back, then flipped through the first few pages, wondering if he'd left an inscription. No, this was so weird. She'd already read the book, and her grandfather knew that. It was the one they'd read at the same time and discussed afterward. So strange. She flipped through the book again, and this time found a small white piece of paper. She pulled it out and read the note. "Do not go to the police. Take care of your mum and sister." A cold chill ran up her spine. What was that supposed to mean? She looked at the book cover again, at the spaceship on the front, and was reminded of the contents. Could this be her grandfather's idea of a joke? The book did feature crooked police, and she had to admit she didn't always get his humour. She picked up her cell phone and tried to call him, but it went directly to voicemail. She'd call him later and see what he meant by it. If he wasn't so incredibly sharp, she'd think he was getting Alzheimer's or something. She slid the book onto her bookshelf next to a stack of children's books and got back to work. About an hour later, she was writing out the daily schedule on the right-hand side of the chalkboard when 2 men came into the room. Big, buff, and wearing black suits, the men didn't look like they were there to talk about their 4th-grade children. They looked like FBI or thugs. Her spine prickled. She needed to tell her grandfather that their little book club needed to read a few romance novels next, rather than thrillers. Her imagination was getting away from her.
Can I help you?
Miss Davis,
Yes.
are you related to Clyde Davis? Her grandfather again. A thrill of fear shivered up her spine. This was getting to be too much. She should have called him when she opened the package. Again she wondered if this could be some sort of practical joke on his part. It wasn't her birthday or anywhere close to it. Maybe her new job had inspired him. She bit back a giggle as she wondered if the two men were going to burst into song. She looked beyond the two men. Even Principal Winslow showing up right now would be a welcome relief. But there was no one.
Yes, I'm Sarah Davis. Can I help you?
We're going to need you to come with us, the second man said. Only it came out we are going to need you to come with us. Were they Russian? They certainly didn't hail from the Boston area. Again she fought the urge to giggle.
Excuse me? You know you're not supposed to be in the school, right? Did you sign in at the front desk?
She moved a few feet to the left, edging around her desk. She felt better with a piece of furniture between them. It didn't work, because there were two of them and one of her. They rushed her so fast that by the time she'd sucked in a breath to scream, it was too late. One man had a hand clasped over her mouth, the other grabbed her purse. Her eyes widened as hysteria and incredulity choked her. Everybody knew teachers didn't make much money. She certainly didn't have any on her. $3 and a debit card. What were they going to do? Take her to an ATM and make her withdraw her last $43.28? These insane thoughts went through her head as she tried to breathe, her nose sucking in oxygen so hard her nostrils flattened. Her heart clamoured and panic weakened her legs. It turned out it didn't matter, because no matter how hard she bucked and tried to yank her arms free, they held her. One of the men checked the hallway, motioned to the other, and they dragged her out. No one was in the hall. They marched her out the side door that was directly beside her room. It led to the side of the building where the buses picked up and dropped off kids. It was completely deserted except for the black car parked by the curb in the roundabout. She tried to dig in her heels, but it was no use. They were half lifting, half dragging her toward the car. A man, dressed as a Scottish Highlander, appeared out of nowhere. She blinked, wondering if she was getting enough oxygen. This day just kept getting weirder and weirder. She was released long enough to be shoved into the back seat of the luxury car.
Help.
The word came out weak. By the time she was able to suck in another breath, to call out for help again, one of the men was seated beside her, and the door was shut. She sucked in a deep breath.
Help!
She screamed the word anyway. The other man quickly slid into the driver's seat. She tried the handle, but it wouldn't open on her side. "Calm down, Miss Davis. We only need to ask you a few questions." Her heart was beating so hard she could feel it.
Yeah, right. Let me out of here.
"The sooner you calm down and answer our questions, the sooner we are going to let you go." She looked out the window for the costumed man, but he was gone. Had she been hallucinating? Had her addled brain conjured up a hero from one of the romance books she liked to read?
What do you want? Why are you doing this?
Were they robbers? Rapists? What could they possibly want with her? Do not go to the police. Take care of your mum and sister. She took a calming breath, trying to believe they really only wanted a few answers.
You mentioned my grandfather. What's going on?
You'll find out soon enough, Miss Davis. We're actually taking you to your grandfather now.
What? Why?
We find he might just need the slightest bit of incentive. You know how old people are, how much they love their grandkids. First her grandfather sent her a note, and now she was being kidnapped. What was going on? She'd taken some self-defense training once, and the only thing she could remember right then was to not let them take you to another location. The driver started the car and pulled around the curve of the roundabout. She was in so much trouble. Murdoch was surrounded by a green haze. It swallowed him, tossed him about as a leaf in the wind. He recognized it for what it was. Magic. He didn't even try to fight it. He simply enjoyed the ride. Until he landed with a hard thump on hard, black ground. It hurt. It took him a moment to register the sensation, but when he did, he smiled, then laughed. He could feel something again. Pain was where he'd ended, and it was a great place to start. It told him he was alive again. He laughed all the harder. Hearing a noise of distress behind him, he slowly stood to see a girl, or rather a woman, struggling between two brutish men. She was tiny, blonde, and obviously fearful. She wore a skirt shorter than his kilt, and her shapely legs were visible. His protective instincts roused him even as a part of him wished to walk away. He'd had his share of feeling responsible for others, and wasn't sure he had the stomach for more. He was half turned away from the scene when the lass glanced up at him. Strands of her long, blonde hair blew into her face, and she looked startled to see him, then pleading and desperate behind the hand that held to her mouth. She was shoved inside the vehicle, and he heard her cry for help. At the sound of her voice, a spark lit something within him. "Mine," a voice in his head roared. It was her. There could be no doubt. His protective instincts roused even as shame washed over him. Shame over the fact he'd not wished to come, that he'd wanted to walk away. Sonny had been right. He was needed. Had his hesitation endangered the lass? She'd looked unharmed. He was in time. With both body and soul combined, this chance to step into adventure was spread before him like a banquet at the king's table. He should know as he'd once been welcomed at such a feast. The memory came slashing back, something he'd not thought on in years. He could feel, he could remember, he could act. This was to be his challenge then, to rescue a beautiful maiden in distress. His maiden. Fine by him. He accepted wholeheartedly. Another man had touched what was his. Centuries of rage surged through him, filling every part of his being as he took one step, then another toward the vehicle, until he was running. The lass was his. They were taking his woman. And that was completely unacceptable. Chapter 2. Sarah heard a thump on top of the car and jumped in fright, flinching down into her seat. The driver slammed on the brakes. They weren't going fast, but quickly enough to throw the man on the roof onto the hood of the car. "Get him, Ivan! Watch her!" Ivan, the driver, jammed the car into park and jumped out just as a kilted man slid off the hood and somehow landed gracefully on his feet. Sarah gasped. She hadn't imagined him. He turned around. She sucked in a breath as she got a perfect view of him through the windshield. Thick, shoulder-length black hair, chiseled cheekbones and a rugged jawline. He looked through the windshield straight at her, dark eyes blazing. She hadn't been hallucinating. A wild Highlander stood in front of the car, a big one, his piercing gaze zeroed on her. For a moment, the dangerous situation faded away. The thug beside her jostled her arm and jolted her back to the present. "Who is that?" She didn't know. Had the man heard her cry for help? She lunged across the seat to try the door again, but it still didn't open. She pounded on the window and screamed, and the guy next to her grabbed her painfully by the back of her hair and pulled her close, his mouth to her ear. "I don't think you should do that, princess. It's giving me a headache." She gripped his hand with hers. "Oh! Ow! Oh!" He gave her a shake, then released her. She dug her fingers into her aching scalp. "You're going to be good for me, aren't you?" She nodded, but thought.
Not if I can help.
A thump against the side of the car had her lifting her head to peer anxiously out the windshield. The men fought, the driver's gun no longer in play, his hands empty. He stood in a boxer's pose, occasionally striking out with his fist, trying to slug the other man who was too quick. Her hero? She certainly hoped so. The thug was big, but the other man was huge. He was also lithe, lean, and easily dodged the thug's big, beefy fists. The Highlander's face was like art, an angel of darkness. Tanned skin, dark hair flying, eyes piercing and black. 2 scars slashed across his shoulder and arm. As if he'd sensed her gaze, he turned to stare. He barely moved in time to get out of the way as the thug's big fist whirled past his head. And then it was his turn. When his fist connected with the other man's stomach, the thug bent in half, and the Highlander connected with a vicious punch to the side of his head. He was down and out of sight. Call her crazy, but when the Highlander looked at her again, his mouth curling, she wondered if the man was showing off for her. The thug beside her pulled a gun as he opened the door and climbed out. He bent down to look at her. "If you leave this car, I will shoot you in the head, understand?" Sarah swallowed hard and nodded as he slammed the door. She glanced frantically out the window to see if anyone was seeing this, running to aid them, or at least calling the police while she listened for gunshots. The parking lot was empty, as was the rural road. The empty windows of the houses across the way didn't offer any comfort. As far as she could tell, there was no one witnessing this. She turned her head in time to see the Highlander kick the gun out of Thug 2's hand. Relief flooded her, and she tried the door. It opened easily, and she grabbed her purse and slid out, even as the threat of a bullet through her head weakened her knees. She stood outside the car and watched the fight long enough to ensure that the Highlander would be the victor, and then instinct propelled her to turn and run. Part of her felt bad about deserting her rescuer, but the guy looked like he could take care of himself. She needed to get help. Her own car wasn't parked far away, and she scrambled for her keys, finding them at the bottom of her purse. With shaking hands, she was finally able to push the button that unlocked her car doors. She'd get inside, lock the car, and call the police. She ran around to the driver's side. Do not go to the police. Surely her grandfather hadn't meant in this situation, or had he? Even as the thought occurred, her passenger door opened as she slid inside. Her scream was abruptly cut short. It was the Highlander.
Oh, thank goodness! Get in! Get in! We need to lock the doors!
The man slid into the seat beside her, taking up so much space that her car immediately seemed to shrink. She didn't see blood anywhere, but had to ask.
Are you all right? Are you hurt?
He looked into her face, really studied it, and smiled. "I'm fine, lass, and grateful for the concern."
Oh my, his voice.
Low, rumbly, and accented, salted caramel dessert came to mind. She glanced past him to where 2 men lay crumpled on the pavement in front of their car.
I'm sorry. I left you to fight alone.
He snorted. She lifted her phone and found it was important he didn't think her a coward.
I was just about to call the police, but my grandfather told me not to call the police. I don't know what to do.
The Highlander now looked at the men, and one rose to his feet. "At the moment, I'd suggest you get this wee little car to drive away.
That voice.
Unless you'd rather I kill them." She shot him an incredulous stare. He shrugged. "Your call." She stomped on the gas. "Nay, I hope you didn't regret letting them live." He was staring. They drove away, and Sarah pressed her foot to the pedal, swerving on the road like a crazy person, overshooting the lines, and overcorrecting several times before straightening out. She looked in the rearview mirror, but couldn't see anyone.
Do you think they'll follow?
He stopped staring to turn around in his seat and look behind him. "Nay. Nay."
Nay, he says.
And in that deep, rumbly, accented voice. She had to bite back a hysterical giggle as she turned down one street, then another. In the last 20 minutes, her life had officially turned Twilight Zone. "You seem to have much skill as a driver." She glanced to see if he was giving her a hard time, and her breath left her. The guy was too good-looking, and his shoulders took up his seat and part of the space between them two. There was no sarcasm on his face. She turned her gaze to the road once more.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
Murdoch Stirling. His name and voice confirmed he was as Scottish as his kilt. "At your service." He could be a model with his long, lean body, thick dark hair, and sharp, attractive features. With the get-up he was wearing, maybe he was one.
I'm Sarah Davis.
Sarah. His voice repeating her name made her shiver, or maybe it was the slightly guttural way he'd said it, like he was testing it, tasting it. Good grief, she didn't need to be having these thoughts right now. Who were those men? Her stomach clenched as she shook her head, determined to watch the road.
I honestly have no idea. I received a package with a note in it from my grandfather telling me not to call the police. The next thing I know, I'm being kidnapped from my classroom and thrown into a car. If you hadn't come along when you did...
Her throat tightened, and she couldn't force another word. He patted her, and his big, warm hand covered her shoulder completely. "Oh, no worries. I was meant to save you. You're a teacher." She nodded, very aware of the hand he had yet to move. She took a shaky breath.
I teach 4th grade, ages 9 and 10.
"Commendable." She glanced at him, and he really did look impressed.
Thank you for...
She thought about what he'd done to those men, against their strength and guns, and her heart fluttered, and he'd won. Where would she be right now if he hadn't shown up? She sucked in another breath.
For everything.
"I'm glad to have been of service. Where is your grandfather? Do you wish me to escort you to him?" Her hands tightened on the steering wheel.
Those 2 men. They said they were taking me to him, but I don't know what they meant by that.
Had they hurt him? Were they holding him?
I tried to call him earlier, but he didn't answer.
"Where are we going now?" She took a breath.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just driving. I have no idea what's going on.
She paused, glancing at him, then back at the road. Everything felt topsy-turvy. She didn't know who he was or where he'd come from, why he was dressed this way.
Look, don't get me wrong. I appreciate you rescuing me at the school, but why were you at the school?
"I was sent to watch over ye." That startled her. It was the last thing she'd expected him to say.
By my grandfather?
He hesitated, then nodded once. "Aye, you're to stay with me. I'm to protect ye." She stole another glance. Her grandfather hired a bodyguard to protect her. Thank heavens he'd had the foresight. She gripped the steering wheel and shrugged off his distracting hand.
What is my grandfather mixed up in? He works for a lab of some sort. Computers or something. He's retiring next year. How could he have possibly gotten involved in something dangerous?
The man next to her shrugged. Do not go to the police. Take care of your mum and sister. Was this for real? Things like this didn't happen to people like her. Can you answer some questions so I can better protect you? Who were those men?
Are you kidding me? I don't have any idea. Did my grandfather tell you anything?
The guy shook his head.
Where do we go from here?
Where are you taking us?
We could go home, but I'm starting to think maybe that isn't such a good idea. If those men can find me a work, surely they know my home address.
Likely. She glanced at him again. Was she stupid to take his word for all of this?
I'm gonna need some ID.
ID?
Some sort of identification from you.
I am Murdoch Stirling.
Are you saying you don't carry any ID?
He shook his head.
It's probably not safe to do so in your line of work.
He shook his head again.
So what do we do? Where do we go?
Know that I am here to protect you. You'll not suffer harm if you stay with me. He sounded stern, like he was expecting her to hot-foot it out of there, but she didn't need to be talked into keeping him around. She didn't want to be on her own with thugs running about. Sarah, you're mine to care for, do you ken? The way he said it, like she was his, like he owned her now, filled her with conflicting emotions. Gratitude, attraction, relief. What she should feel was disdain for the way he looked at her with possession and satisfaction. She bit her lip as he waited for a reply. Finally, she nodded.
Yes, I understand.
No, she didn't understand this at all. He relaxed back into his seat. Do you have a way to contact your grandfather?
No, the note only said no police and to take care of my mother and sister.
Do they live with you? She shook her head.
I need to check on them. Let's go to their place.
At his nod, she felt calmer, glad they had something to do while they figured out what to do. This whole thing was crazy. At least Murdoch seemed content to stay with her. For her part, she'd keep him with her for as long as he'd stay. Murdoch felt so much. Breathing, fighting, his heart pounding in his chest. The sun on his arm where it came through the window. He looked at his knuckles, surprised to see them unbruised after these skirmishes with the two men. They hadn't fought well, but he'd liked the chance to fight them again, especially in defence of his lady. Murdoch turned to study said lady, and deep satisfaction flared within him. He had her. Sarah. Of course he'd heard the name before, but had never known he'd have one of his own. The witch had not led him astray. She'd kept her promise, and then some. Sarah was beautiful. Her light brown hair was streaked with blonde. Somehow she'd piled it atop her head in a riot of thick curls. Long, dark lashes surrounded stunning blue eyes. She kept flitting glances at him, and he wished she wasn't driving so he could truly look into them. Experience her beauty and also her gratitude for the way he'd saved her. His chest puffed slightly. Mayhap he'd find the opportunity to save her again. He longed to brush his fingers along her delicate jawline to see if her skin was as soft as it looked. Time enough for that later when she'd calmed. She flicked another nervous gaze his way. Mayhap he shouldn't stare, but then again, why shouldn't he? She was his. She'd get used to him soon enough, and he her. Deep satisfaction surged through him again. She'd agreed she was his, and why not? He had a strong arm and was more than willing to use it in her defence. Her hands clenched tight on the steering wheel, and he wished he'd the knowledge to drive this vehicle so she could calm and recover as he cared for her. He wished to know her better. He wanted to know everything about her. She taught children, which was admirable, but what else? What did she like? What pleased her and made her smile? Your mother and sister, do you truly think them in danger? He'd not wish ill upon them in the least, but another chance to show his strength would be welcome.
I just don't know.
Sarah stopped in front of a house, and her blue gaze finally turned to him for more than a second, a bit too cool and distant for his liking.
We're here.
She'd agreed she was his, but he wanted her bound to him. Will you not share a kiss with me, lass, before we go inside? Her face slackened.
What? No.
He truly didn't care for the way she looked at him. Was that a slight disgust in her features? Did she think to back out of their agreement? She might only be his for a short while, but he'd certainly hold her to it. To him. I thought you wished me to help your mother and sister, to protect them from danger as well. Worry creased her brow.
I do. I thought you said...
I said I'd help. I also said you're mine. She glanced at the house, then back to him.
But...
He was right to worry. She was pulling away, rejecting him. I'll take a kiss, and no excuses or you'll have naught from me. Anger flared in her eyes once more, and she leaned forward to give him a quick peck on the cheek, then away again. He inhaled as even that light touch, her scent, shot long-forgotten sensations through him. Expectancy hit him in a rush, and he tapped his lips as he held her wary gaze. He wished for a real kiss. He wanted her committed to him. He'd never thought this moment would come. In life, he'd never had a lass to call his own or thought to, and if Sarah was his chance, he'd not be cheated off her in the short time allotted to him. To them. And as you're mine, I'll take that kiss upon my lips. Her eyes narrowed.
What exactly did my grandfather promise you for my protection? What exactly do you mean by you're mine? Do you want to marry me?
He didn't care for the sarcastic way she said that to him. Did she think he'd not marry her if he was able? I'll not leave you widowed when I'm gone. Her lips parted.
Widowed? And what do you mean by gone? I thought you said you'd help me.
And I thought you'd promised to be mine. Her chin jutted out. So stubborn, you'll find that I am the same. Resentment clenched his jaw. Did she not like the look of him? Did she wish he'd not claimed her? Did she wish for another? He'd be gone soon enough. If ye desire my help, I'll have that kiss.
How do I know you'll keep your word?
I always keep my word.
Always?
He nodded. Always. She finally leaned forward. He'd rather she had a look of anticipation upon her face, but found the look of pique amusing just the same. Mayhap kissing her regularly would bind her to him, and she'd become more amenable. She leaned closer, hesitated, closer. He found he couldn't wait and met her part way. He cupped her shoulder to touch her, to gently tug her forward and to hold her in place. Her lips were but inches from his, and anticipation swirled through him. He swore he'd take naught but a simple kiss. She needed gentling tenderness, and he was man enough to guide her. He held his breath as for the first time in centuries, female lips met his own. Chapter 3. Sarah pressed her lips to Murdoch's, and every rational thought left her head. He kissed her back, gentle, seeking, electric. His hand tightened on her shoulder, and a tight stab of excitement lanced through her as one kiss became 2, 3, more. When she gasped, Murdoch set in with fervour and need. He kissed as if he hadn't taken a woman's lips in years, or was just learning the task. A rumble sounded from his chest, weakening her further, as a shattered voice inside her mind told her this couldn't be happening. He was a stranger. She didn't know him. This shouldn't feel so good. But he felt wonderful. His fingers dug into her shoulder, then her waist as he pulled her closer, across the centre console and onto his lap. He cupped her nape, and the kiss continued as she let herself sink against his hard chest. He smelled incredible, like no one else, the scent of him wild and male, intoxicating. She couldn't think. His firm but soft lips continued to graze against hers, hard, soft, again, once more. He broke away, pressed his forehead to hers and dipped down for another feather-light press of lips against hers, before pulling back, bright-eyed and breathless. "Aye, Sarah." His voice was deep, promising. "I'll help ye. I'll keep ye and yours safe from harm." She shivered. Help her? What? It took a moment to remember everything, her grandfather, the kidnapping, her family. She scrambled to open the passenger door and almost fell before she could right herself. Murdoch climbed out after her at a slower pace, and the masculine, pleased expression on his face looked good on him. Darn him anyway. She straightened her skirt, smoothed a hand over her hair and tried to catch her breath. All right then. They were here to help her mother and sister. She needed to remember that. But seriously.
Best kiss ever.
The smug look on his handsome face said he knew it.
Whew.
She needed his help, and he wanted to help her. If the price was a few kisses here and there to keep the big guy sweet, well, never let it be said she ever shirked her duty to her family. Sarah walked across the beautifully landscaped yard toward her mother's front door and tried once again to call her grandfather on her cell phone. It rang, no one answered, and it finally went to voicemail. She considered leaving a message, but decided against it. With everything going on, it just didn't feel right to do so. He'd see she called and hopefully call back soon. In the meantime, she was just going to have to trust him. That wasn't an easy thing for her to do, but until she knew differently, she would just assume they were all in danger. She certainly had been, and if Grandpa hadn't thought to put in place a preventative measure in the form of a huge Highlander, who knew where she'd be right now? She headed up the stairs to the big, sprawling porch, opened the oak door decorated with a 4th of July theme, and held it for Murdoch. See, case in point, the door wasn't even locked, and anybody could walk in. Her mother and sister had plenty of great instincts if there were men in the vicinity, but none at all when it came to protecting themselves. They'd never had to. To be fair, none of them had. Looking dangerous as he glanced around, Murdoch loomed over her and finally entered the house, and Sarah shut and locked the door. She didn't look at him, was trying to think of other things besides that kiss, but her cheeks still heated when he gazed down at her.
This way.
She could hear the TV blaring in the family room, just off the kitchen area. Murdoch cupped her elbow as he looked around and took everything in. His big, warm palm against her bare skin sent a shiver of sparks through her system.
You're not married, are you?
Nay, lass. Never had a lass of my own until you. Her heart started racing again, and she had to wonder if she affected him as much as he did her. They rounded the corner and found her sister, Jessica, sitting on the floor, back against the couch, painting her toenails bright purple. Their mother leaned against the granite kitchen counter, talking on the phone. neither one of them watching the blaring television.
Hi, Mom. Jess? Hey.
Jessica didn't glance up as she concentrated on each swipe of colour. Her blonde Muller gave a short, over-the-shoulder wave but continued talking on the phone. Murdoch cleared his throat and both women straightened. Her Muller turned. If the situation wasn't so serious, Sarah would have laughed at her Muller's suddenly slack face and the way she immediately told whoever was on the other end of the phone she had to go. Jess, polish brush poised in hand, gaped. Sarah picked up the remote and turned off the television. The sudden silence was deafening as both women stared at the man beside her. Sarah took a deep breath.
Something has happened. You're engaged.
Her Muller asked hopefully, as she alternated between staring at the possessive hand on Sarah's elbow and the kilt Murdoch wore.
No, I was attacked at my school. This is Murdoch. Grandpa hired him to keep an eye on me, and thank goodness he did. I don't know where I'd be right now if not for this big guy.
Both women looked at her as if she were speaking a foreign language.
Grandpa also told me to make sure nothing happened to the two of you, so this is pretty serious. I want you both to pack a bag, and I'm going to take you somewhere safe. You were attacked?
Her Muller's mouth parted.
Sarah, what are you talking about?
Jessica asked.
Who would attack you? We're going to talk about it later. Right now, I want to go somewhere safe. This is something to do with Grandpa, who happens to be missing at the moment. Until we figure this out, there's no need to be sitting ducks. You can't be serious.
Muller's mouth twisted in a sour expression. Sarah must have really surprised her because her Muller didn't believe in sour expressions. They left wrinkles. Sarah allowed some urgency to seep into her tone.
Serious as a heart attack. Come on, let's get going. I'll answer your questions when we're on our way. You've got 5 minutes to pack a bag.
Jessica scoffed.
5 minutes? Are you out of your mind? If you don't get going, you'll have to wear the clothes on your back for the foreseeable future.
Jessica scoffed.
Let me rephrase. If you don't get a bag packed, I'll have Murdoch carry you outside with nothing but the clothes you're wearing.
Jessica looked horrified, scrambled to her feet, and duck-walked upstairs to keep from smudging her toenails.
Let's go, Mom.
Sarah waved her forward. Her Muller rounded the counter.
I hope you're not wasting my time.
Sarah followed her, and at the bottom of the stairs, Murdoch stopped her, cupped her face, and ran his thumb along her cheek. Best you pack a bag as well. Her Muller turned to watch. Sarah swallowed, nodded.
I don't live here anymore, but I can borrow a few things from my sister.
She could feel him watching her before he turned away to prowl the downstairs. Sarah headed into Jessica's room and grabbed an overnight bag and a few shirts out of her closet.
Hey, what are you doing? I need clothes too. Like I said, I'll explain later.
Her sister glowered at her as they each packed a bag.
Not those. Those are my favorites.
She snatched a pair of capri out of Sarah's hand. Sarah simply grabbed a different pair. 15 minutes later, all four of them were in the car, Murdoch beside her in the front seat, Mum and Jessica in the back.
Antonio might be coming over later,
her mother sniped. Sarah checked her mirror, then eased onto the road.
And when he finds out you're not home, he'll turn around and leave. I gave him a key. Mom, you've only known the guy for about a month. Get real.
Mum folded her arms over her ample chest.
I don't need dating advice from you, and I'm not interested in going wherever it is you're taking me. Well, get interested. Grandpa said to keep you safe, so that's what I'm doing. I don't want to go either.
Her sister was petulant.
There's a party at the club tonight. I bought a new outfit and everything. Look at both of you. Stop acting like brats.
She glanced at Murdoch and could feel heat rising in her cheeks. What must he think of her family?
You didn't used to act like this, so knock it off.
It was true. Before their father died and left Mom a bunch of insurance money, neither of them acted like spoiled brats. Granted, her mother had lost the love of her life, and Jessica had lost her father, but so had Sarah. She wasn't squaring about town, going to clubs and getting her hair and nails done weekly. Mum sniffed.
We're not happy about this. You don't have to be. Grandpa said to get you out of there. And he said that if you don't go, you're both to be cut out of his will.
No one spoke from the back seat. Okay, he hadn't said that, but she wanted to shut them up. Murdoch turned around. I believe your sister's trying to keep you safe while all is considered. Mayhap listening to her at the present time is the best course of action. Sarah glanced in the rearview mirror to see both ladies exchange a glance, then smile at Murdoch.
So where are you from?
Jessica asked. Scotland, near Inverary.
What do you do for a living?
Fight. Sarah glanced at him, then back on the road.
Fight? Are you and Sarah an item?
She belongs to me. She briefly closed her eyes and hunched in on herself.
It was just a kiss.
She didn't bother looking in the rearview mirror. When she found her grandfather, they were going to have a talk about what he could and could not promise when hiring someone.
Look, leave him alone for a minute, will you? I'm trying to think.
She set a course for the freeway.
You know what? No.
Mom said. Sarah breathed in deeply, hoping to find patience.
No what? I've changed my mind. I'm not going into hiding. I have too much to do. This is ridiculous. If we're in some kind of danger, we need to go to the police and get it worked out. Your grandfather is a paranoid old coot, and you know it. He is not. He's the smartest man I know. Fine, but even you have to admit he is absent-minded. Plus, he spoils you rotten,
Jessica said resentfully.
What about the two men who tried to grab me right out of my classroom? If Murdoch hadn't been there...
She swallowed hard. Murdoch's chin jutted. You're better with me than without me.
I can't disagree.
Murdoch turned around to look into the back seat again. If your grandfather told you not to go to the police, there's likely a reason. Don't forget, I'm here to protect ye and will keep you safe. Jessica hit the back of Sarah's seat.
I vote no, too. Where are we supposed to go anyway?
Sarah was indecisive. Just because she put them somewhere didn't mean they'd stay. Not unless they wanted to. Would it really hurt to go to the police? What if there was a camera in the school parking lot? The whole kidnapping attempt could have been captured on film. The police could run a license plate number and maybe even identify the man who'd tried to snatch her. And grandfather sometimes really was a little absent-minded and tended to stress. And they did have Murdoch with them. Not only could he protect them, but he was a witness too. She didn't have to mention the package grandfather had sent. She didn't have to show them the note. She didn't have to drag Murdoch into it all.
All right.
She changed directions and headed toward the nearest Boston police station. Murdoch placed a hand on her bare knee. You're sure, lass? Very aware of his touch, she nodded.
Yes. Let's try the police. Maybe they could straighten this whole thing out by tonight.
The receptionist behind the desk shot Donovan a nervous glance and checked her computer.
One of the men is in the ICU. He can't have visitors at the moment. The other is on the second floor in room 2220. Take the elevator to the second floor and turn left.
Donovan's gaze followed the pointing finger. Her hand shook. Good to know he hadn't lost his touch. He found room 2220, pushed the door open and went inside. His man, Alec, straightened in bed, and guilt flooded his face. Boss? Injuries. I have concussion and stitches. Ivan is in a medically induced coma while they check for brain swelling. What happened? Alec touched his newly formed black eye with an embarrassed expression, seemed to realize what he was doing, dropped his hand and sat straighter. We went to get the teacher, like you said. Are you trying to tell me a fourth-grade teacher did this to you and put Ivan in the ICU? Alec shook his head. No, she was no problem at all. We took her from her classroom and shoved her in the car, easy enough. So what happened? My man showed up to help her, a big man. He wore an outfit like one of those Scottish people with the dress. Donovan stared. He'd never known Alec to be a jokester before. You'd better not be messing with me. Not now. Alec shook his head vehemently. No, I swear it. Highlander. Alec snapped his fingers and pointed. Yes, that's it. A Highlander, like the sword-fighting men in the movies. He came at you with a sword. No, he had a knife. So a guy in a dress beat you up and put Ivan in ICU. Donovan's voice rose at the end, and he tried to compose himself. He was never going to be like his dad, yelling all the time and losing control. He ruled his emotions, not the other way around. Alec shifted nervously. I'm not, boss. I swear it. And he was big. Huge. Still, 2 against 1, and you had guns. How did you let that happen? Alec shook his head, and his eyes glazed as he tried to remember. I don't know. I haven't ever seen anybody fight like that before. He lifted his arm to show the bandage that covered his entire forearm, then threw back the covers to show his thigh, bound the same way. If I hadn't moved at the last second, might have bled out. It was unexpected. Brutal, you know. He shook his head again. I had to have over 100 stitches. I don't know. Maybe he knows kung fu or something like that. Only it didn't look like it. He was so fast with the knife and had fists like anvils. Alec hesitated. He went with the girl. I saw him get in her car. So he was with her the entire time. A bodyguard or something. How could she possibly know about any of this? Alec shook his head. I don't know, boss. Maybe her grandfather got to her before we got to him. Donovan's phone rang. He checked the caller and felt the blood drain from his face. Fredrickson. He swallowed. He wished he dared ignore the call, but he didn't. He pushed a button on his phone. Donovan here. I want an update, the American on the other end said. What do you know? Donovan breathed in. We've had a setback. Just a slight one. We're working it out now. There was quiet on the other end of the phone. Finally, I don't like the sounds of that. Join the club. You'd better get me that microchip or I'm going to mail your tongue back to you in a box. Do you understand me? I've got it covered. The phone clicked and went silent. Donovan realized he was sweating. He rubbed his tongue over the roof of his mouth, then realized that he was checking to make sure it was still there. He glared at Alec. In between getting your beauty rest, call all of our contacts. Let everyone know I want that girl, and I want her like yesterday. When that's done, I want you looking for her too. I'll send Vanko to pick you up. Find her relatives first. Call Armstrong in case she goes to the police. Find her. He gritted his teeth. He'd yelled the last words. He inhaled a deep breath. He controlled his emotions, not the other way around. Alec was already on the phone as Donovan left the room. They had to find that girl. Chapter 4. It took Murdoch a while to ken what he was feeling. Happiness. He hadn't experienced the emotion in such a long while, it took him time to recognize it. They headed over to the police station, and as they drove, there were plenty of new sights, buildings, parks and chapels, such as he'd never seen. He was going to have to thank Sonny when she returned for him. She'd been right about the adventure. He'd found himself in the middle of a fight. He'd rescued and kissed the prettiest lass he'd ever seen. Riding in a car and seeing the tall, colourful houses and narrow streets of the city was interesting and new. Driving up hills in a vehicle that displayed no effort at the task was amazing. He'd even tasted the foods in Sarah's mother's kitchen while the ladies had packed. He'd recognised some, others had been a mystery, but all were tasty. All in all, a good day with more to come. It wasn't yet clear why Sarah was the target of villains, but Murdoch was very clear on the fact that he needed to keep her safe. He glanced over at her. He didn't mind the chore in the least. The lass was feisty, easy on the eyes, and felt like pure heaven in his arms. Nay, protecting her wasn't a hardship. Hopefully he'd soon have a chance at another kiss, as he'd not mind repeating the experience. Mayhap every hour or so. But did he deserve this, after what happened in the past? He should have known. He should have recognised the man for a spy. Why hadn't he? They'd gathered the clans, rallied round the bonny prince on the shores of Loch Shiel at Glenfinnan. Their people had risked much, hiding them at Edinburgh because they'd believed in their cause. With few muskets, broadswords, knives and shields, they'd taken a hidden path to come up behind the enemy and won at Prestonpans, attacking dragoons at either side. 400 killed, 1,400 taken prisoner, only 40 Highlanders dead. Carlisle, Preston, Manchester, all taken. Uncontested, they'd marched 200 miles in a month. They'd felt unstoppable, they'd been unstoppable. The French were to invade by sea as they took London by land. When they'd reached Derby, the road to London lay open before them, and then Dudley Bradstreet, a black-hearted spy with a face so sincere he'd fooled even Murdoch. He'd told them 9,000 soldiers to their 5 blocked the road to London. Though bonny Prince Charlie had wished to press forward to fight, Lord Murray wouldn't risk it. Murdoch, witness to it all, could have stopped it if he'd recognised Bradstreet for what he was. Murdoch could have been a hero instead of a dupe. Sarah, hand in front of his face, snapped her fingers.
Hey, big guy, you there?
Murdoch sucked in a breath, grateful to see her face rather than those from his past.
I just called your grandfather and no one answered.
Sarah's mother in the back seat sounded fashed. Murdoch hadn't heard her call out and didn't know why she would say so. He realised belatedly that she meant she'd called on a telephone. He'd seen those aplenty at Culloden Moor. People on them talked to others, supposedly from great distances away.
I tried earlier,
Sarah admitted. They pulled next to a large building, and Sarah parked the car and shot him a worried look. He reached out and gave her thigh a squeeze, glad he had the right, and nodded his reassurance. Her lips curved in a slight smile. Was she accepting him? The thought filled him with pleasure. Stay here. He rounded the vehicle to open the door for Sarah, then followed the ladies as they departed the vehicle. Murdoch glanced around the populated area, but didn't see anyone suspicious. At least nobody watched them or took an interest. He'd thought he was used to the differences in clothing, speech and hair, as those touring Culloden Moor over the years had changed in style often. But seeing this many people in the flesh was startling, and he found himself staring at impossibly coloured hair, legs on display, and clothing of so many different types. The last he'd been alive, most people dressed alike. He trailed behind Sarah and her family up some stairs and into a building. He followed as Sarah headed toward a desk surrounded by a window, with a door off to one side. She glanced at him, relief in her expression, and he gave her what he hoped was an encouraging smile and moved to stand beside her.
Hello.
She addressed the man behind the glass.
I'm Sarah Davis, and I'd like to report the fact that someone tried to kidnap me.
At that, she had the man's full attention as his back snapped taut and his gaze sharpened. He glanced from Sarah to Murdoch. He glanced curiously at Murdoch's clothing and lingered on his scars. "Can I see some identification?" Sarah dipped into a small pouch, removed a card and handed it over. The officer tapped on an instrument and looked at a square screen in front of him. "Same address?" She gave him an address and the officer continued to tap. "All right. Tell me what happened." Sarah told him about being at the school, how 2 men had come inside and taken her from her classroom and how Murdoch had rescued her. The officer studied the monitor. "Do you know Detective Armstrong?" She shook her head. "Are you sure?" She nodded.
Should I know him?
"Let me just give him a call. Why don't you have a seat and he'll come out as soon as he's available to talk to you?" She nodded and sank onto a seat. Murdoch gave the man a hard stare. "What was that about?" "Have a seat, sir." Murdoch nodded. Knowing he wasn't going to get anything out of the man, he turned away and approached Sarah. "Are you sure you didn't know this man, Armstrong?" Sarah shook her head.
I don't know anyone by that name.
After a long wait in which Sarah's family complained incessantly, a sandy-haired man with sharp features came in from the outdoors. "Sarah Davis?" Sarah stood.
That's me.
"All right. Come with me, will you?" Her sister and mother stood, and Murdoch pushed off the wall. He narrowed his eyes at the other man, took in his hard-eyed stare, muscular body, and the gun strapped to his side. He wished for a gun, and regretted leaving the 2 behind after his fight earlier. "She stays with me." The man tried for a smile, and it made no difference to his watchful eyes. "I need to talk to Sarah alone. If the rest of you will just wait here, I'll have her back in a jiffy." Murdoch stepped forward and pulled Sarah tight against his side. "I don't think so. Where Sarah goes, I go." The smaller man squared off with him. "That isn't how we do things here. You'll have to wait." Murdoch's jaw firmed. He knew his duty. He was not to let the lass out of his sight. Besides, it had been a long while since he'd trusted any government man. "As I said, I'll be coming as well."
He was there for most of it, and he saved me from those men. He's a witness, so I think it's a good idea if he comes too.
Murdoch squeezed her shoulder in appreciation. "And I think I'm trying to do my job. I'll be glad to talk to him after I'm done with you." Detective Armstrong glared as Murdoch glared right back at him. "Now, you either wait here, or I'll have you arrested and placed behind bars while I interview Miss Davis. What's it to be?" Hot rage simmered, and Murdoch could see the man behind the desk stand, ready to come to the other man's aid should need be. Murdoch released Sarah. If confined, he'd be of no use to his lady, but somehow, somewhere, he had every intention of getting his revenge against the blighter. Something was amiss. He could feel it in his bones. Sarah placed her hand on his chest and gave him a reassuring smile as a noise sounded and the door unlocked.
I'll be fine.
She followed the detective, and Murdoch resisted the urge to rush after her before the door shut once more. He shouldn't have let her go. Something inside him knew it. He should have taken her away from this place. After a moment he strode forward and tried the door anyway. Locked? "Can I help you?" the officer behind the desk asked in a hard tone. Murdoch shot him a dark look, then turned away. "Come." He gestured to Sarah's mother and sister, and they obediently followed him out the front door. They headed around the side of the building, and Murdoch checked each door as they passed by. All locked.
Are you sure you should be doing this?
Jessica asked. Sarah's mother made a noise of disapproval. Murdoch raised a hand and continued forward. "Hush!" As they reached the back of the building, a door opened, and Detective Armstrong hauled Sarah out.
But I don't understand.
Sarah stuttered. "Shut up and come with me."
What are you doing? Why are we back here? I want Murdoch.
Satisfaction flooded him, both at her words and at the situation. His instincts were intact. He'd not been wrong about the man in the least. Murdoch rushed silently forward, and when some instinct had Armstrong turning at the last moment, he was too late, and Murdoch slammed his fist into the man's jaw. Sarah gasped. Detective Armstrong slumped out cold before he even hit the ground. With 3 women around, it was good he didn't have to use his knife. Sarah's mother and sister started to scream. They didn't need the attention. "The 2 of ye, shut your mouths and get ye into the vehicle." The screaming stopped immediately, and they turned to obey. He grasped Sarah by the arm, and she clung to him. "I told ye, you need to stay with me. Do you see? We're going to go into hiding, as your grandfather said. The officers here willna protect ye, but I can." He dipped his head and kissed her hard on the mouth. He enjoyed her stunned expression for a brief second before reaching down to remove Armstrong's gun. He turned it left and right, enjoying the weight and potential violence of the piece. No more muskets for him.
You can't take that.
Sarah looked scared.
Do you know how much trouble you'll get in?
He grinned at her as he tucked the gun in his belt and slung his arm around her shoulders. "Only if they catch me, love." He ushered her around the corner. Within a minute, they were back to the car where her wide-eyed female relatives waited. He opened the door for Sarah. Once they were back on the road with no one following, Sarah glanced at him, then reached out to squeeze his leg.
Thank you. You saved me again. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough.
Another kiss. Her startled gaze met his own. He grinned and patted her hand where he held it in place on his leg. "We'll discuss that later. For now, I need to see how fast you can drive." Sarah was glad to get away and drove straight for the freeway, wanting as much distance between her and her problems as possible. Once on the freeway and cruising along at 80 miles an hour, she let out a breath. She turned to see Murdoch pressed to the seat, a stressed look on his face.
It's okay now. No one is following us.
"Driving a bit faster, you know." She glanced at him.
I'm keeping it near the speed limit. I don't want to get a ticket.
"Aye, then, but you might wish to keep your eyes forward while you drive. There's a good lass."
Do you get car sick?
"Eyes forward." Sarah laughed before she knew she was going to.
You don't like women drivers.
"I'll let you well enough as long as we're standing on solid ground."
Can someone please tell me where we're going and when we're going to get there?
Her mother's voice was plaintive. Jessica hit the back of the seat.
Seriously, Sarah? I've had about enough of this. Pretty soon I'm going to post on Facebook that I need my friends to come save me. I don't know what is happening. I don't know who this guy in the front seat is. I don't know what's going on.
Fear shot up Sarah's spine.
Murdoch, I need you to take my sister's phone away.
Murdoch turned in his seat, reached back, and seconds later had the phone in hand.
That's mine. Not cool, Sarah.
Jessica leaned forward, hand outstretched, as she tried to take it back, but almost immediately retreated. Sarah turned to see Murdoch giving her sister a scary look.
Mom, sorry. I'm gonna need yours too. We need to turn them off in case we can be tracked. Mine as well.
With a long-suffering sigh, her mother handed hers forward.
You're becoming as paranoid as your grandfather. Where are we going?
Sarah released a breath, feeling suddenly tired. After all the adrenaline spikes she'd suffered, she felt like she'd crash soon if they didn't find some place to rest. They could hide out in a motel, but what if their credit cards could be tracked? Who did they know that they could stay with? If she was alone, June would put her up, but with everyone else. The cabin popped into her mind. June's family cabin. It was empty right now, and they'd probably only need it a short while. She considered calling her friend. Maybe she was becoming paranoid, but what if someone was tracking her, saw that she'd called June, and went and found June? It wasn't worth the risk. With the police involved, tracking was entirely possible. In this case, it was better to ask forgiveness than permission. June would totally understand when she explained later.
Don't worry, I have a place.
Her mother snorted.
Where? My friend has a cabin. In the woods?
Mom sounded horrified.
You may be an outdoorsy type of girl, Sarah, but I am not.
Jessica complained.
I have no desire to stay in the woods. We'd need more clothes.
Mom added.
Definitely.
Jessica perked up. Nay, Murdoch's tone was final. You canna go back to your home until this is decided, until I ken the situation and can better protect ye.
We could go shopping for new clothes.
Nay, you'll stay where I place ye.
Jess, do you have your iPad?
Sarah sat up to look at her in the mirror. Jessica crossed her arms and sank back.
No.
Give it over, lass. Murdoch held out his hand and a moment later collected it.
Mom? No, I didn't think to bring mine.
Sarah studied her in the mirror for a few seconds and decided she was telling the truth.
Any more electronic devices I should know about? No.
They both said the word in the same sullen tone at the same time. She glanced at Murdoch.
Can you power them down?
How, lass? She shot him a glance.
I'll pull over and do it in a minute. Yes, pull over, because I want out.
Jessica suddenly shrilled.
Whatever is going on here has nothing to do with me. Why should I disrupt my life just on your say-so? Let me out of here right now.
Murdoch turned around. Silence! You will obey me in this. You'll go to this cabin. You'll tell no one how to find you. You willna buy new clothes. Agreed. Jessica went silent. Her mother didn't say a word. Sarah's brows shot up. They were scared of him. Well, he was a scary guy, so the question was, why wasn't she afraid? He continued to stare at her mother and sister until they mumbled their resentful agreement. Sarah drove. After a while, the silence was deafening. She glanced at Murdoch.
How do you know my grandfather?
You will have to ask him when we find him. She frowned.
Why are you being so secretive? Maybe he's one of them,
Jessica said in a helpful tone. She glanced at Murdoch, and he shook his head before sending Jessica another stern look. After that, Sarah turned on the radio. About an hour later, she turned off the freeway and onto a long, winding road. Trees covered the area, and every once in a while she could see a lake in the distance. 10 minutes later, they came to an area with about a dozen cabins, each at the edge of the lake. A dock stretched out over the water. Sarah parked near the Chan's cabin.
Everyone stay here.
Murdoch ignored her and followed. She ran to the back, dug through an artful pile of rocks, and was relieved that the key was right where it was supposed to be. They were safe for a while. After settling her family, Sarah and Murdoch bought food using cash at the local grocery store. When they arrived back at the cabin, she cooked tacos, then headed to her favourite spot on the dock, her new shadow following in her wake. She took off her sandals and dipped her feet in the water. Sitting down, removing his boots, Murdoch soon did the same. "Feels good, here or in Scotland."
It does. It's been pretty hot lately.
She splashed her feet a bit, enjoying the warmth and scent of the man next to her. Two young boys played frisbee and exchanged insults on the beach, while some older folks sat on a nearby front porch enjoying the evening air. Ducks swam in circles, hoping for a crust of bread. She shook her head.
I don't know what to do next. I don't dare call my grandfather again for fear someone really could track my phone. But I'm afraid for him.
"Do you know why you were kidnapped? Did they give you a reason for taking you? 'Tis usually for ransom or revenge." Sarah thought back. It happened late this morning, 1,000,000 years ago now.
They wanted to know if Clyde Davis was my grandfather. It was right after I received a package from him. And for a minute I thought the men were a practical joke. They sounded Russian, and they looked like enforcers or something. So it just seemed strange. They told me I needed to go with them. When they grabbed me, I thought maybe it was a robbery.
What was in the package your grandfather sent?
That's what's so strange. We always read the same book at the same time and discuss it later. Our own little book club, you know? He sent me a copy of a book we'd read together last year. No explanation. Just a note warning me not to go to the police and to keep my family safe.
Silhouetted by the sinking sun, his big body taking up more than his share of space, Murdoch looked so large and handsome that her heart twisted. An odd tugging pulled at her stomach as he studied her in return, brows drawn as he emanated a sort of passionate intensity in perceptible waves. She swallowed. He leaned closer and she turned her head away.
I'm not sure how to find him,
Sarah said, suddenly breathless. She surveyed him from under her lashes. Had he really been about to kiss her again? Did she want him to? He leaned back on his elbows and looked out over the water. "Mayhap we should take another look at this book." She breathed in slowly and nodded.
It's still in my classroom at the school.
"Can you get inside?"
The janitors are still deep cleaning. I think they arrive early.
"We'll be early, too."
Okay.
As his expression turned fierce, she raised a brow.
You don't seem happy about all this.
He relaxed again. "I'm happy when I'm with ye, when I'm helping ye." Pang to the heart.
What do you do for a living when you're not rescuing strange females?
"You're not so strange."
Ha ha.
He grinned. "I don't see I'll be giving any secrets away by telling ye I used to spy for Scotland." Her mouth parted.
I should have known.
"How could ye?"
Well, big guy, it isn't much of a leap, is it? My grandfather obviously hired you. Those thugs you rescued me from want something from my grandfather. He works in computers. It's all very spy-ish, don't you think?
He shrugged, and they sat in companionable silence, swirling their feet in the water. "What is it that you wish for, Sarah?"
To find my grandfather.
"And after this is over?"
What do you mean? Like, out of life? What do you want to know?
"I simply wish to know ye." She chuckled.
The usual, I guess.
"What is unusual?" She lifted a shoulder.
Marriage, a family, maybe a dog. You know, the white picket fence.
Unexpected heat rushed to her face, and she was anxious to change the subject.
Where did you get those scars?
She nodded to his shoulder and arm. In a London alehouse, a man I followed took exception and waited for me with a dagger.
That's horrible.
He shrugged, grinned. It didn't fare half so well. She chuckled.
Is that your way of saying you should have seen the other guy?
He laughed. Aye, just so. He splashed his feet, flicking water toward a couple of ducks coming in close. Have you owned a dog before?
Sure. A cocker spaniel named Dot. I loved her.
She couldn't seem to stop looking at him and was feeling soft and squishy inside. Was it possible to react to a man so quickly? To be so aware of him sitting beside her? Maybe if he hadn't kissed her, she wouldn't be feeling this way. He turned unexpectedly to catch her watching him, and her face heated. He smiled. In the meantime, what are we to do until morn? He quickly grabbed her around the waist, twisted her to face him, and held her over the lake. She squealed as her calves dangled in the cool water. She gripped his bulging arms.
What are you doing?
She couldn't believe his strength.
Don't drop me.
Look, then pay the toll.
Another kiss?
Aye, and not on my cheek. She reached for him, and he pulled her close, setting her on his thigh as he wrapped his arms around her. His smile was so charismatic it overshadowed every rational thought. She was sinking under his spell, and he didn't care. How could just his smile make her feel so warm and dizzy? She wasn't herself. She was losing it. Finally, he leaned in and pressed his lips to hers, the kiss gentle, seeking, non-threatening. Another kiss amid murmured praise. That's it. 'Tis all right, beautiful lass. His approval sank in, weakening her. He'd better not throw her in the lake now, or she'd sink straight to the bottom. His hand reached up to cup her head, to tighten in her hair, but something hit Murdoch in the back. Sarah felt the thud as giggles erupted behind them. He broke off the kiss and turned around. Saved by a toy, he murmured, breathless. He helped her stand, jumped up, and reached for the toy now lying on the wooden dock, then strode away.
Where are you going?
I just learned of 2 little boys asking for a dip in the lake. He turned and grinned, walking backward. I'd not wish to disappoint the takes, would I? Watching him go, she sighed, trying not to feel disappointed herself. Chapter 5. They arrived bright and early at the school the next morning. After just over an hour of travel, Sarah swore the more time she spent in Murdoch's company, the more attractive he appeared. And really, the man had started at a 10, so that was hardly fair, was it? He laid a hand on her arm. Wait here. He exited the car. She did the same. He came around the side, a frustrated scowl tightening his features. I told you to wait. I'm to open the door for ye.
Oh, it's okay. I've got it.
Big, strong, handsome and chivalrous. Maybe a bit of a bull in a china shop, but something about him set her heart racing. He shot her a dark look. Next time, wait. She nodded.
All right. Your mother certainly raised a son with manners.
Should be pleased to hear you say such. Taking a breath, she strode off ahead of him. Even when she didn't look at him, she was excruciatingly aware of him sitting or standing next to her. She didn't fan herself, but at times certainly felt like doing so. She needed to remember what she was there for, not moon over some guy. Why couldn't she have met him last week? Last week she didn't have a care in the world. Last week she'd spent most of her time swimming in a lake. They found the school doors open. Once inside, they headed to her classroom. 2 teenage janitors came running. "Miss Davis!" One boy, Jared if she remembered, stopped in front of her, slightly breathless. His shorter friend, Eric, directly behind him. They both eyed Murdoch for a moment, then shifted their attention back to her. "We had a break-in last night. Your classroom was—" The boy paused, as if at a loss for words. Sarah's mouth dropped, and she glanced at Murdoch. One guess who'd done the deed. "Come on!" Eric headed down her hallway. "We'll show you." The 4 of them headed to her classroom to find the door had been busted open. Splinters of wood stuck out near the latch. She hurried inside. She knew it shouldn't matter right now, not with everything happening, but was relieved to see the walls untouched, all the decorations she'd spent so much time getting just right intact. Her desk drawers were another story. They'd been pulled out and dumped on the floor. Some of the students' desks lay topsy-turvy, legs in the air, as if someone had lost their temper and flung them about. She looked at Murdoch, glad he was there with her. He made her feel safe. She quickly glanced at the bookshelves to see the paperback still there, one of the few left on the shelf. The boys stared, wide-eyed at Murdoch as he walked among her scattered possessions. She couldn't blame them. He was big and intimidating as he prowled through the classroom. He met her gaze. "Do you see the item you're looking for?" She nodded, snatched the book off the shelf and held it up. "What's that? What's going on here?" Eric asked. "We've called the police." Jared looked at them suspiciously. "Do you know who did this?" Sarah shook her head. Principal Winslow stepped into the room. "What's going on?" Jared straightened. "We've had a break-in and called the police." Principal Winslow lifted his gaze from the mess. "Sarah, are you okay?" She nodded. Principal Winslow turned to her confused. "Do you know anything about this?" She glanced at Murdoch, who gave a slight shake of his head.
No.
It was probably best to keep quiet about the situation until they knew more.
Of course not.
Was anything taken? She looked around, hugging the book to her chest.
Not that I can see.
The paperback had to be what the thugs were after. Her stomach sank. Could they have found her apartment and done the same thing? Was her place destroyed? Who's this? She turned to see that the principal was looking at Murdoch, or rather glaring at him. Her mind suddenly went blank. How was she supposed to explain a guy in a kilt? She straightened her shoulders.
He's a friend of mine visiting from Scotland.
Principal Winslow's brows drew together. Why is he dressed like that? Because he's from Scotland, dude. Eric's tone was impatient. The principal turned to glare at the kid. Do not call me dude. He glanced at the damage. Did anybody see anything? Jared shook his head. It was like this when we got here. The principal studied the kid with suspicion. And you don't know anything about it. The kid's chin went up. We found it like this, and we've called the cops. Principal Winslow manoeuvred around a couple of overturned desks, stepped carefully over the items from her desktop that littered the floor, and slid an arm around Sarah's shoulders. You're sure you're okay? Something like this could be very traumatic for a person. I'm here if you need me. As Sarah stiffened, she happened to glance at Murdoch. His eyes blazed.
Uh-oh.
She hurriedly dropped down and escaped Principal Winslow's embracing arm and picked her way toward the door.
You're right. This is really hard for me. I need to get out of here for a while.
The principal was right behind her. Of course. Let me take you home. We could stop and get a coffee somewhere. It'll help calm you down. Principal Winslow suddenly made a squawking noise. Sarah turned to see him lose his balance and land hard on the floor. He glared at Murdoch, now striding toward her. "You grabbed me! You pulled me down!" "So I did." Murdoch took Sarah by the elbow and ushered her back down the hall and right out of the school. She could hear the man yelling until the doors shut behind them. Murdoch helped her inside the car. "Do you have the book, lass?" She arched a brow.
Of course. Do you think I'm an idiot?
"Nay, too beautiful for your own good, perhaps, but not lacking in wit." After she slid inside, she handed him the paperback. He flipped through the pages, much as she'd done when she originally opened the package. He pulled out the piece of paper with the warning about the police and her family, a question in his gaze. She shrugged.
Don't look at me. I don't know why you said it.
"Tell me again what your grandfather does for work."
Grandpa? Well, he works with computers. He's in a big building in the commercial district. But do you know what? I'm not exactly sure what he does.
"He doesn't speak of his work."
I get the impression it's top secret or something. Plus, it's computers, right? Nobody wants to discuss that stuff, except for other computer geeks.
"Does he travel a lot? Disappear for periods of time?" She nodded. "Does he meet up with unfamiliar people? Talk where no one hears?" She shrugged.
He has a lot of friends.
"He does sound like a spy." She glanced at the book.
I'm getting pretty worried about him. Regardless of what he does for a living, I can tell you right now he's one of the good guys. A bit of a nutty professor, but super smart, you know. Loyal, kind, loves his family.
"Let's travel to his house and look about." A couple of police cars pulled into the parking lot. Prudently, Sarah started the car and sedately drove out another exit. 40 minutes later, they drove past the colonial home her grandfather designed with her grandmother while raising their family years before. As they eased by, they looked for cars that shouldn't be there or any suspicious activity. Nothing. Regardless, she was certainly glad Murdoch was with her. "Drive by once more, lass, and then park around the corner." She swung around, drove by the house, then slowly moved around the corner until she found a spot to his liking. She turned off the ignition.
What should we do now?
"Let's go at it from the back."
All the houses have fenced yards, and some probably have dogs.
"Let's find the house directly behind his, and we'll study the layout." They walked around the block until they found the house bordering her grandfather's. Trees hid their passage up the driveway, and when Murdoch stuck his head over the wooden gate, a dog started to bark. "I see a gate between the houses." Sarah took a step back.
We better ask permission to cross. If someone's home, they'll call the police. After what happened at the station, we don't want to risk it.
He didn't look happy about it, but followed her to the front of the Tudor-style home. "I've never seen so many fences. Why is everyone fenced in? How do you live among your clan with everyone so shut off?" He genuinely seemed confused. Sarah shrugged and rang the doorbell.
I guess things are different in Scotland.
"Very different," he said darkly. A young brunette mum answered the door, a toddler on her hip. Her eyes widened when she spotted Murdoch.
My grandfather Clyde Davis lives in the house directly behind yours. Is there any way we can cross through your backyard so we can surprise him?
The woman finally tore her gaze from Murdoch to glance at Sarah.
What's your name? Sarah Davis. Can you show me some identification?
Sarah dug around in her purse for a moment, then handed over her driver's license. The young woman studied it, then smiled.
Any chance you're the school teacher?
Sarah returned the smile.
I am. Your grandfather has talked about you. So all right, come this way.
They followed through the house, and she let them out a sliding glass door. The golden retriever hurried inside to sniff them.
Your grandfather's a sweetie. He's always giving us vegetables grown from his garden.
Sarah smiled.
Yeah, I like 'em.
As they went through the gate and into her grandfather's backyard, Murdoch took her hand. "Does everything look as it should?" Sarah studied the back of the house and tried the door to the detached garage. Locked. She looked inside the window.
His car is here.
A sudden shot of fear had her turning to the house and running up the deck stairs to try the back door. Locked. She looked in the window, and nothing appeared out of place in the kitchen.
What if he's here? What if he's hurt?
"He isna here, lass. How do we get in?" Sarah dug her keys out and opened the door. Sudden fear spiked, and she blocked his path. "What is it?"
Why are you helping me? How well do you know my grandfather? Why are you so sure he isn't home? Do you know something?
His jaw tightened, and his eyes blazed. "I know you can trust me. Can the same be said of anyone else at the moment?" Doubt overwhelmed her.
It's just that you showed up at the same time my grandfather went missing.
His lips tightened, and his jaw jutted forward. She swallowed.
It's a fair question. You could have been after me same as those other men. You could have wanted the book he sent me.
She didn't resist as he pushed her inside, shut the door, and leaned against it. Sarah crossed her arms, feeling suddenly threatened. "I am to protect ye." She gulped in air.
My grandfather hired you?
He shrugged. Fear shot through her.
What's that supposed to mean?
"No, Liz. If I wished to do ye harm, I could have 1,000 times over by now. If I wished to take your grandfather's book, I easily could have. So this distrust is both insulting and pointless. I'd never harm a lady, let alone one that's mine." He shoved off the door and turned to walk through the house. She put a hand to her chest, realized her heart was pounding, and dropped it again. He was right. If he had evil intentions, she was helpless against him. She wished she could take back her words of distrust. If he wasn't on her side, she'd have been turned over to whoever was after her by now. She shivered and followed him, taking in the neat and tidy home.
Everything looks normal.
He made a noise in his throat that sounded both Scottish and dismissive. His back was stiff, and her own chest felt heavy.
Murdoch, wait. I'm sorry, okay? I really am.
He kept going, and after a loud sigh, she followed. The house was dark, even at mid-morning, because the blinds were closed. They headed through the living room, looking into her grandfather's den and the bathroom, before heading up the stairs. The upstairs looked undisturbed. They glanced into the 2 guest rooms, and then into her grandfather's bedroom. The bed was made, and nothing seemed out of place. Sarah released a relieved breath. A part of her had wondered if he'd actually been hurt, or had died in his house with no one the wiser. She'd wondered if this entire thing was one big misunderstanding or mistake. Maybe he was at work. Maybe his cell phone was broken. Or maybe someone really did have him. As they stood on the upstairs landing, someone keyed and opened the front door. Sarah's breath caught, and she met Murdoch's narrow gaze. He quietly backed her into her grandfather's bedroom, even as she hoped it was her grandfather at the door. "The old man has to be lying." The accented words drifted up the stairs. Fear froze her to the spot.
Russians.
"Of course he's lying. That is a given. He's a tough old bird. Will he be so tough when we get our hands on his granddaughter?" Both men laughed. A chill ran up Sarah's spine, and she reached out to touch Murdoch's arm. "How are we supposed to find a microchip in this big house?" We tear everything apart. We could tear this entire house to shreds and still not find it. This is not a case of brute force. You have got to think smart. Ah. She heard grumbling downstairs as they apparently started to search. She led Murdoch to the French doors in her grandfather's bedroom. They quietly slid out onto the deck and shut the door behind them. Murdoch swung over the rail, used the iron bars and floor to hang from, and easily dropped to the ground. She copied him, hanging until he gripped her legs and eased her down, all without a word.
Thank you,
she whispered as he gripped her hand. They both darted behind trees and took off running toward the car. She glanced back, but didn't see anyone following. When they rounded the corner, they slowed to a walk. What is a microchip? He wasn't even breathing hard. She tried to catch her own breath.
It's a tiny little flat thing with information on it, smaller than a thumb drive. My grandfather showed me one once. They use them at his work.
So they would wish to gain access to the information on it?
I'd say that's a given.
He snorted. 'Twas far easier to intercept a man on horseback with a sealed missive.
She
narrowed her eyes at him.
I'm sure it was.
They arrived at the car. He opened her door, and she quickly slid inside. A moment later, he was beside her. She expelled a breath.
Someone really does have my grandfather, don't they? Are you sure you want to help me find him?
Of course. She placed her hand on his thigh.
Murdoch, I'm really sorry about earlier. After everything you've done for me, I shouldn't have questioned your intentions.
His lips tightened again. He nodded once. Didn't he do it again? It hurt. Surprised he admitted, but also touched, she quickly agreed.
I won't, I promise.
He placed a hand over hers.
We obviously can't go to the police, but maybe we could go to the FBI.
Nay, I was sent here to help find your grandfather, lass. I'll not fail in my task. Relief poured through her. She nodded.
Okay, all right. What should we do?
We need to park this vehicle in a location close enough to your grandfather's house that we can see the men leave, but they can't see us. We will follow. Mayhap they will lead us directly to your grandfather. Her eyes widened.
That's brilliant.
His brows rose as he finally smiled at her again. Thank ye. She grinned.
Sure. I've never been on a stakeout before.
Hours later, Sarah woke, stretched and remembered where she was. The stakeout. She'd fallen asleep in Murdoch's arms. It was amazing that such a muscle-hardened body could be so warm and comfortable. She disentangled, sat up, and though Murdoch glanced at her, his eyes immediately went back to the prize. He watched her grandfather's house with intensity, and the black SUV was still in the driveway. She ran a hand over her hair.
Hey, big guy.
Why do you call me such?
Oh, I don't know. If you don't like it, I can stop.
Nay, I do like it. No one has ever given me a pet name before, at least not a complimentary one. She noted that the glove compartment was still open, and that the gun he'd stolen from the policeman was within easy reach.
I told you put that away.
He shot her a grin. I did, until you fell asleep. He picked up the gun and studied it with interest, his gaze quickly sliding back to the SUV. He hadn't known what the safety was earlier, which was strange, and she'd shown him how to use the feature with a pointed finger, unwilling to touch the gun. European guns must be different. Other than that, he seemed to know what he was doing, though his ongoing fascination made her nervous. Sarah looked at the gun and shuddered. She might not like guns, but Murdoch was like a kid in a toy shop.
Pretty. Shiny. Dangerous.
She chuckled. What is it?
Nothing.
She twisted the key in the ignition to check the time. 3 hours had passed. She had to hand it to the baddies. They were being thorough. Not for the first time, she worried about her grandfather's home. She hoped it wasn't destroyed the way her classroom had been. Dinna fidget, lass. It'll simply make the waiting all the worse.
I can't help it. This has taken so long.
Oh dear, was she really going to whine?
I just wish we'd gone to get some lunch.
If they leave this place, we could lose them. Food isn't worth taking the chance.
So says the guy who eats at every opportunity.
And why do you think that's so? Eat when you can, I always say. Never know when you'll go without. She sank back with a sigh and crossed her arms.
Stakeouts are supposed to be fun. They're supposed to include junk food.
Junk food?
Chips, chocolate, donuts, sandwiches, sodas, shakes, pizza.
She named everything that sounded good to her at the moment.
I thought you'd done this before.
I have. If I had a few oatcakes and a bladder of water, I counted myself fortunate.
Ew.
He smiled, but Murdoch's gaze seldom left the vehicle. He seemed made to play this waiting game. She'd thought maybe he'd flirt with her a bit, try to kiss her again, but no, his sharp gaze rarely wavered.
You're good at this stuff, aren't you? Spying and such.
Actually, nay, I wasn't so good a spy as it turns out.
Ha! I bet you were the best.
You'd lose that bit, maybe your life as well. She wasn't sure what to say.
Well, I can tell you this. I certainly wasn't made for spying. It's a lot more boring than it looks on TV.
Murdoch chuckled.
At least it'll give me something to tell my class when they ask what I did for my summer vacation. I can say that I went to the lake, I was kidnapped, and I met a spy. I had a stakeout or two, you know, the usual.
Murdoch chuckled again.
You're probably wishing I was asleep again, aren't you? Sorry, I tend to talk things to death.
Dinna stop. You're exquisite, and every side ye reveal only makes me want ye all the more. Pleased, but also embarrassed, she glanced at him, only to see him tense. She followed his gaze to see the two thugs come out of her grandfather's house and climb into the black SUV that they'd been staring at forever.
Finally!
She straightened in her seat. Start the vehicle.
Are you sure you don't want to drive?
I told ye, I dinna. She managed not to roll her eyes. He was such a controlling type of guy that having her drive surprised her. He didn't want to take charge. Yeah, sure he didn't. She started the car. He probably wanted his hands free in case something happened. Heaven forbid he should lose an opportunity to shoot someone. The black SUV pulled out, and they were soon following at a distance. Murdoch alternately instructed her to get closer and then to back away. They eventually headed to the outskirts of the city, to a more rural area with rolling hills and old farms, with new homes interspersed between. Because they were so far back, they almost missed the SUV when they rounded a corner. It was pulled to the side of the road, and one of the men was outside, opening a locked gate. "Keep going, lass," Murdoch murmured. Her hands gripped the steering wheel hard.
I will. I am.
She was whispering. Her grip continued to tighten as she drove by, worried the man beside the gate might glance up and see them. A chill ran up her spine as they passed by, but the man's back remained turned. When they were in the clear, Sarah released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding.
What do we do now?
"'Tis likely your grandfather has kept down that road.
What do we do?
We wait until nightfall, then steal out and find him." The idea of her grandfather down that road alone, perhaps hurt, made her want to rush back, ram the gate with her car, and drive until they found him.
Promise?
Always keep my word, lass.
Always?
He nodded. Always. He certainly had, so far. In the meanwhile, we need to find an inn, somewhere close by, where we can get food and respite.
Why?
We'll wish to be well rested this eve.
You really have done this before, haven't you?
He shrugged. Many a time.
I only have a few dollars. We need more money if we're staying somewhere.
He glanced at her. I have gold coins. Will an innkeeper take such a payment?
You use gold coins in Scotland?
He nodded.
I didn't know that. But no, I don't think they'll take them here. I have a credit card. But can't the Russians track a credit card and find us?
He looked at her blankly. Suspicion roused. She narrowed her eyes.
I would think a spy such as yourself would know all about that.
Of course. He waved a hand. Things are done differently in Scotland. We'll find a man of business and exchange my coins for the local currency. Sarah looked up directions on her phone for a nearby coin dealer. She found one about 20 minutes away. Using the last of her cash, they purchased hot dogs, drinks and chips at a convenience store, and 40 minutes later, one of Murdoch's gold coins netted them over $1,000. They drove to a local hotel and were denied a room unless they produced a credit card. They tried a smaller motel, and the young, smirking clerk behind the desk agreed to let them pay cash. Murdoch thumped his fist on the counter and leaned forward. "You're not to look upon my lady in such a fashion, are you now, laddie?" The man dropped his gaze and swallowed hard, and satisfaction tugged at Sarah's lips. A moment later, Murdoch exchanged cash for a keycard from a very respectful young man, and they headed to the room.
Shouldn't I get my own room key?
Why would you wish for one? You're in my care.
Uh-huh.
You're my responsibility. You were given to me for as long as I can keep you. Do you ken?
Murdoch.
Say it. Admit that you're mine.
What? Like we're a couple? What is that even supposed to mean?
She wanted to be angry at his high-handedness, so why did she melt for him when he said things like that? When they reached their room, he hesitated, so Sarah took the keycard and opened the door. When it unlocked, she went to push it open. "Let me."
I've got it.
Taking her shoulders, he pulled her back and moved in front of her so he could open the door. "You would deny me this?" This time she did roll her eyes. "Come now, I like to open doors for ye."
All right already.
He pushed the door all the way open, and she moved past him, only to stop at the sight of the lone bed. Her throat clenched.
Maybe we should just sleep in the car.
"We'll have 7 hours before nightfall. I don't think you'd last in the car that long, and we need to be well rested." Well rested, her foot. She shot him a suspicious, narrow-eyed gaze.
What are we going to do this afternoon while we wait?
Before he could answer, she rushed in to speak.
Oh, I know. We can read the book my grandfather sent. There's got to be some kind of hidden message in it, right?
She was babbling, and she knew it.
There's got to be something within the pages that will let me know why he sent it, or what the microchip is, don't you think?
Mayhap if you read it aloud, we can consider it together.
Of course.
She looked around the shabby but clean room with its kitchenette, small table and lone armchair. She looked at the bed once again, and heat pulled in her stomach. She took another step forward. Following her inside, he released the door, and it slammed loudly, almost a sound of finality. He crossed the room, settled onto the bed, and patted the space beside him. She hesitated, swallowed loudly. He smirked. She quickly sat in the chair.
How about that book, then?
She ignored his laughter as she opened the first page. Chapter 6. 2 hours later, Sarah's voice was a bit on the hoarse side. She hadn't really liked the book the first time she'd read it with her grandfather, and had only agreed to read it for his sake. Aliens weren't really her thing. "Oh, you done, lass. That didn't feel like the best of endings."
That's because it wasn't the end. This book is stupid and has nothing to do with microchips. Anyway, you're falling asleep.
He sat up quickly and hauled himself off the bed. I could eat again. She gladly closed the book. They weren't finding anything anyway.
All right, let's knock off and get something. We can pick this up again afterward.
Between the boring storyline and the fact she was searching for something that just didn't seem to be there, she was more than ready for a break.
Should we order in?
What do you mean, lass?
I mean, should we call someone on the telephone and have them deliver food?
Murdoch looked startled. You can do that?
Of course. Don't they do takeout in Scotland?
He shook his head. We usually eat at home, at a campfire or at a local inn. If it's just the same to ye, I'd like to go outside and have a look around. She set the book on the table and stood.
All right, come on, let's go get something to eat. Dining or fast food?
Fast food? What does that mean? Is it hard to catch? What are your skilled hunters?
Very funny. Come on, let's go see if we can find something close by.
They left the motel to walk down the sidewalk. Murdoch was quick to take her hand, and Sarah, enjoying the warmth of his big, powerful body next to hers, was quick to pretend it was the most natural thing in the world. The first restaurant they came to was a McDonald's.
Do you want to eat here or do you want to keep looking?
This establishment looks fine. They went inside and Murdoch glanced around, curiosity and a slight astonishment in his gaze. He studied the meals the other customers ate and seemed to approve, so she led him to the counter. He pointed to a cheeseburger on the screen. How many can I have?
As many as you can eat, I guess.
He ordered 10 burgers, 10 orders of french fries, 2 pies, and a drink. Sarah finally found her voice again.
Are you serious?
What do you mean?
How are you going to eat all that?
I'm starving. I haven't eaten in hours, and I've never had food like this. She narrowed her gaze.
You're one of those guys, aren't you? The ones who can eat anything they want and never gain a pound. You know we're going to have to be sworn enemies after this, don't you?
He grinned. After making a comment about somebody's eyes being too big for his stomach, Sarah ordered her own meal.
That will be to go,
she told the boy behind the counter. He was busy staring at Murdoch.
To go, please?
The boy finally snapped out of it and finished their order. Murdoch paid, and while they waited, a young couple approached and wanted to take their picture with him. He glanced at Sarah and she shrugged. So standing next to the McDonald's drink machine, Murdoch got his picture taken with a couple of tourists and some locals before the boy behind the counter wanted in on the action. When their order was ready, the boy went the extra mile and placed the bags inside a box so they could easily carry it all. She hurried Murdoch out of the restaurant. She froze when a black SUV passed in front of them. The driver had his bulky arm half outside the window, and she thought she recognized him as one of the thugs from her grandfather's place, the one who'd opened the gate. Luckily, she and Murdoch were still semi-blocked by the building and weren't spotted themselves, but it scared Sarah to death. She could feel her heart thud in her chest.
We need to get out of here.
Murdoch's eyes narrowed. They're probably doing the same thing we are, scavenging for food. Murdoch took the box from her, and as soon as the SUV was out of sight, They hurried across the street. They headed straight back to their motel while keeping an eye out for the vehicle. She didn't feel safe again until they shut themselves inside the room. She breathed harshly as she pressed herself against the door. Murdoch grinned at her. She slapped his arm.
You think that was funny?
Gazing down at her, he laughed out loud. I do, very much so. Ready to eat? She took a deep breath and, rather than screaming, expelled it slowly.
Why am I even surprised you haven't lost your appetite?
He winked at her. If you're no longer hungry, can I eat your portion as well? She didn't exactly scream, but let out a groan that turned into a laugh. The guy was driving her crazy, so why did she like him so much? They finally finished the book, much good as it did them. It was just as boring the second time around, and they hadn't found anything that referenced a microchip. Murdoch was eating one of his pies. She'd been gratified to note he put some of his hamburgers in the refrigerator. His eyes had been too large for his stomach. She headed to the window and looked out once more. There was nothing there. No bad guys lurking about, hiding in bushes, and definitely no black SUV. They were still safe. She'd probably have nightmares for the rest of her life about black SUVs hunting her down. She slapped the book against her hand. Why had her grandfather sent this? There was nothing in it, and it was getting pretty frustrating. Murdoch relaxed against the headboard, finished his pie. Her brows drew together.
Well, what do you think?
About what?
About the book.
Murdoch simply shrugged his big shoulders.
Thanks for the help.
I dinna know what you wish of me. We already have a plan in place and tonight we'll execute it. There's nothing to do until then, except eat, read the book, or take a nap. When he said this last, he wiggled his brows at her. She tried not to smile.
In your dreams, buddy.
He laughed. She couldn't help but study him, so handsome her heart twisted. As the hours passed, she became more and more tense, but he seemed as relaxed as ever.
Aren't you even a little bit afraid about tonight?
Would it make you feel better if I was?
Maybe.
He grinned, completely confident. You know you're safe with me. There's no need for nerves. He was so irritating, lying there as if he didn't have a care in the world, his chiselled features highlighted by the sun coming in the window.
Do you know what your problem is? You're too attractive, and you know it, don't you?
He grinned from ear to ear. Well, you can hardly be fast at me for that, because you're beautiful, and I've no doubt ye know it well. She gave him a dirty look and turned away. She locked her arms tight about her as she tried to hide her expression that no doubt said she was pleased. Time to change the subject. She lifted the science fiction novel in the air.
What could it be about this book? My grandfather was into science fiction, and this whole thing feels like science fiction. Kidnappings, ransacking, my grandfather being held for ransom or for some nefarious reason we don't know about. The entire thing feels surreal.
She shook the book.
Sort of like the stupid novel.
Your grandfather likes his stories, does he? She nodded.
We both do. Maybe he was trying to tell me this little adventure of his is like a science fiction novel.
She sighed. That was stupid. She paced back and forth in front of the bed.
Even if I don't like it, I know the book is a classic.
She closed her eyes briefly.
But that has nothing to do with anything. I can't see one thing in it that my grandfather would want me to notice. This is driving me crazy.
She paced again.
Space travel?
She considered for a moment, then shook her head.
I don't see how that has anything to do with anything. If there was some sort of a message, I'm just not getting it.
She paced to the window again.
Grandpa, what did you mean by this?
Murdoch was laughing at her again, but she didn't care. She was going to figure this out.
Think. What could he have been trying to say? Those Russians talked about a microchip, but there were no discussions of microchips. There weren't any robots with microchips. So what is Grandpa trying to say?
She flipped through the pages of the book once more, but once again there were no explanations to be had. She looked at the cover again, a picture of two aliens with a distant planet in the background. There was nothing. How big is a microchip? Murdoch wanted to know. Is it the size of a bed, a vehicle? What exactly are we looking for? Sarah turned to stare at him.
Are you kidding me? It's a microchip. It would be tiny. Itty-bitty tiny.
How small is that? Using her index finger and thumb, she made a space about the size of a dime.
About this big. How could you not know this?
So he actually could have hidden such a thing within the pages. Mayhap when you opened the package it fell out.
I was sitting at my desk. I would have heard it fall out.
Still, her stomach did a tug of war. She supposed that might have happened. Anything was possible. Murdoch warmed another pie in the microwave, his favourite new toy. Apparently, they didn't have those in Scotland either. You need to calm yourself, lass.
How am I supposed to do that?
I could tell you a story to pass the time.
Okay, fine. First, tell me why you're wearing a kilt. I'd love to hear that story.
And she genuinely would. She'd wondered about this man since the moment she'd met him. He grinned at her. As it happens to coincide with the story I planned to tell you, then we are in accord. He leaned back against the counter and crossed his arms. I was born in 1721 and I died in 1746 at the Battle of Culloden Moor. I was 25 years of age. She nodded.
That's great. Another science fiction story is just what this day needs.
Laughing, he grinned at her. You didn't believe me.
Oh, sure I do. And since I like a good story as much as the next girl, and I hate to be outdone, it's my turn. So here goes. I was a pirate in the Royal Navy, and I totally sailed the 7 seas. Someday, I'm going to go back and get all my buried treasure. That is, if Jack Sparrow hasn't found it first. Oh, and this was all in 1646, so I'm totally older and wiser than you.
He laughed again. I wasn't finished. As I was saying...
What is this?
Sarah ran her fingers along the spine of the book. She felt something, barely there, and it might be her imagination. Realization had her lifting her face to Murdoch, her mouth gaping, eyes wide.
Quick, I need a knife.
He handed her a dagger. Where it had come from, she wasn't sure. She carefully picked the spine with the tip of the knife and slid it down. As the spine split, a tiny black chip was revealed. Mouth parted, she raised her eyes to Murdoch.
Oh my gosh, there's something in here.
Within moments, a tiny chip lay in the palm of her hand, and she started to shake. She closed her hand around the microchip.
This is what they're looking for.
There's truly information on that.
Yes, there could be a lot of information on this.
She stared down at her clenched fist.
I don't know what to do. We have to get Grandpa out of there. Obviously, he didn't want the Russians to have this. We need the police or the FBI, but I don't know who to trust.
You can trust me. What kind of information is on it?
I don't know. How could I know that?
Calm down. This is all going to be just fine. He looked confident, strong, like a man who could take care of any situation. She nodded and felt herself start to relax. He waved a hand toward her. Come, we'll take a nap, and when it gets dark, we're going to go and find your grandfather. Carefully setting the chip on a table, She held out her hand. He took it and urged her toward the bed. All will be well, I promise it. Sarah couldn't sleep, and it wasn't just because the big guy was lying next to her. Finding the microchip made the danger seem all the more real. Somehow, Murdoch slumbered next to her, which was irritating. Here she was, worried about something happening between them, and he'd zonked right out. She was getting sick of this crappy motel room. She grabbed the keycard and headed out the door. She wanted to find some ice and a soda machine. She came back about 10 minutes later as Murdoch threw open the door. He looked wild, slightly crazed, his muscles pumped and bulging. He snatched her up into his arms, and she barely held on to the ice bucket and soda. "Where have you been?" She held up the bottle.
I just went to get something to drink.
His arms tightened. "I'm to know where ye are at all times. How can I protect ye if ye disappear?" She couldn't believe how angry he was. "Who did you see? Who did you talk to?"
No one. I was only gone for about 10 minutes.
"If you need to go somewhere, I will take you, do you ken?" She nodded. His arms tightened, and he held her close. All right, the guy was a crazy man, that was a given. But the way he held her, as if she were precious to him, as if she belonged to him. She had to admit his concern hit her like a drug. When he finally released her, she didn't know where to look, so she poured herself a drink, settled against the headboard, and turned on the news. He sank down beside her. "What time is it?" She glanced at the bedside clock.
5:30.
She turned the volume up on the television. Weller was first, hot and sunny to continue. Next, the excited newswoman reported that 2 men were in the hospital after they'd been attacked at an elementary school. Sarah slowly turned to look at Murdoch. His gaze was glued to the screen. The reporter continued the story.
Reports are that the person who attacked these 2 men is dressed like a Highlander, as in Scottish Highlander.
The newscaster grinned as if she were making a joke.
The men were taken to the Regency Hospital, and one man, Ivan Davidovich, has woken from his medically induced coma, and it appears he is going to be just fine. The other man released himself earlier in the day. Hospital staff as well as our reporters have been unable to find him to get his side of the story.
"Where is that hospital?"
It's about 40 minutes away.
Murdoch sprang from the bed. "Let's go. I wished he talked to the man. As he is, in a weakened condition, it might be easier to get information out of him."
Or you could be walking right into a trap.
"Lass, you need to trust me. I'm good at this and can perhaps find what we need to know."
What are you saying? What are you good at? Questioning people? Torture? What are you trying to say?
He grasped her hand and tugged her off the bed. "Let's go. We've plenty of time to go to the hospital and get back."
Why do we have to go?
"Because the more information we have, the more likely our chances of success." She picked up her purse.
Fine. But do you realize we have to get you some new clothes first? Everyone is looking for a Highlander. You kinda stand out, big guy.
Chapter 7. At the mall, they purchased Murdoch new clothes using some of the cash from the sale of his coin. Jeans, sneakers and a t-shirt later, and he looked good. Regardless of his complaining that he didn't wish to be gelded, he seemed to like them too. At least now he didn't stick out like a sore thumb. 30 minutes later, they were at the hospital.
Remember,
Sarah warned.
I'll do the talking. In fact, we might be better off if you hide while I get the room number. We can figure it out from there.
She was relieved when he nodded without arguing and slid around the corner. Sarah walked to the information desk, and a young woman reluctantly set aside her cell phone.
Can you tell me which room Ivan Davidovich is in? Are you a relative?
The young lady asked, disinterested.
Sister.
Visiting hours are almost over, but I suppose you could peek in on him for a moment.
Do you have any information about his wounds?
It seemed a sisterly type of thing to ask.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to ask at the nurse's station.
She got the room number and headed to find Murdoch. He was around the corner, sharp-eyed and leaning against the wall, looking big and intimidating. His new clothes, while nice, definitely didn't make him blend.
Come on, this way.
Without a word, he followed. When they arrived at the room, she was relieved to see there weren't any guards, or anyone else around for that matter.
How do you plan to get information out of him?
All of a sudden, she remembered the fight in the parking lot. Knives, guns, sheer brute force. Maybe this hadn't been such a good idea after all. I have my ways.
Oh dear, that's what I'm afraid of. Anyway, don't you mean I have my vase? Russians, remember?
He grinned at her, and it surprised her to realize he wasn't nervous at all. The man drove her crazy. Maybe she just needed to learn to relax in his company and let him take care of things. That's what he wanted anyway. They found the correct room number and stopped outside. Murdoch, hands on hips, stared down at her. Why didn't you stay out here?
What? No, I'm coming in.
I think 'twould be for the best.
The nurses will wonder what I'm doing.
Murdoch expelled a breath, then gave a slight shrug. Fine, but I dinna wish ye to interfere.
Don't worry, I'm not planning to. This is your party.
They went into the room to discover the man was asleep. Sarah shut the door as Murdoch put a hand over Ivan's mouth. Within seconds, he started to struggle. She pressed a hand to her throat and drew in a breath. For her grandfather, she reminded herself, she could be resolute for him. Murdoch was unbelievably strong, even as the guy had outed him, tried to scratch, to scream, and struck him with fists. None of it seemed to affect Murdoch. He simply held the man down, and no matter what Ivan tried, he couldn't get away. He finally stopped struggling. Good, that's good. You and I are to have a talk, do you understand?
Tell him, yes. Tell him you understand.
Sarah realized she was against the wall, breathing hard, her hand to her throat. She was certainly glad Murdoch was on her side. Ivan finally nodded. I want you to answer some questions. First, what is on the microchip? The man's eyes widened. Aye, we know about the microchip. Answer the question. I'm going to lift my hand from your mouth, and if you scream in any way, I'll make you sorry. Do you ken? Ivan nodded, and Murdoch slowly lifted his hand and watched as he gasped for air. I don't know what's on it. I swear I don't. Murdoch held his hand over Ivan's mouth again, pinching off his nose this time so he couldn't breathe. As Ivan thrashed, Murdoch said calmly, Are you sure you don't know what's on it? I have a feeling you might not be telling me the truth. Ivan struggled in earnest, but once again nothing he did could remove Murdoch's hand. Murdoch finally relented, and Ivan gasped for air. You Scottish piece of... Murdoch pressed his hand down again. While suffocating the guy, Murdoch grasped one of his hands and broke a finger. There's a lady in the room, so I'll thank you to watch your language. Sarah closed her eyes and swallowed against nausea as her knees weakened. That sound. She could hear the sharp click, the sound of a broken stick reverberating in her head over and over again. A moment later, Murdoch let Ivan breathe. I'm going to ask you the question again. What is on it? The man, breathing hard, clutched his hand and glowered at Murdoch. I don't know. Murdoch lifted his hand again, and Ivan thrashed his head back and forth on the bed. I really don't know. Murdoch made a dismissive noise in his throat. Ivan grimaced as he pressed a hand to his chest. "You can torture me all you want, but unless you give up the microchip, she's not getting her grandfather back." He indicated Sarah with a toss of his head. "Where is her grandfather?" Ivan's eyes darted, and it was obvious he knew the location. "Look, do what you will, but you're not getting that information. They'll kill me if I tell you." Sarah had the sudden realization that Ivan would be on the phone the moment they left. He'd tell them they knew about the microchip. He'd tell them they were looking for her grandfather's location. Murdoch must have known this all along.
You're not going to hurt him, are you?
The words flew out of Sarah's mouth. Of course, what she meant was,
You're not going to kill him, are you?
"We cannae let him talk." Sarah froze. He was seriously considering killing the man.
Maybe we could take him with us.
Murdoch glanced over at her, then back. "Do you have anything else to tell me?" "I can't. Can't you see that? I can't tell you anything." Murdoch cut off Ivan's air supply once more. "Is her grandfather still alive?" More thrashing, nodding. Hope rose within her, and Sarah took a step forward. Murdoch lifted his hands away. Ivan gasped. Yes, he's alive. I swear it. There would be no point in killing him." Relief had her stepping back and leaning against the wall as tears filled her eyes. Murdoch lifted his fist and punched the guy in the temple, hard enough that it made Sarah shudder. Ivan lay unconscious, his face slack.
He's not dead, is he?
No. Murdoch looked like he was considering. Considering what? Ending the man. Sarah ran to his side and pulled on his powerful arm.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Murdoch paused. "This is the second time you've stopped me from killing, lass. For you, only for you, I won't. But I hope you dinna regret this later. You live in a much softer time than I ever did, lass."
What did that even mean?
She dragged him out of the hospital to a staircase, and they went down into the parking lot without being seen.
Let's just go get my grandfather. Ivan should be out until then, right? We're gonna get him tonight, aren't we?
They had to, because she was afraid he was going to kill someone if they didn't. Murdoch didn't like the way Sarah shook as she drove them out of the hospital parking lot. She threw him a panicked glance.
What if we just turn the microchip over to them and get Grandpa back?
They'll never leave it at that. They wouldn't leave anyone alive. Villains never did. She hit the steering wheel in frustration.
How do you know that?
Experience. She shot him a glare.
Why? They can go on to live their dirty deeds lifestyle. And we're free to live ours in peace. Everyone wins.
Murdoch couldn't do that. Wouldn't. Don't ye wish to know what information is on the microchip?
Seriously? No. I just want to go back to my easygoing, know-nothing lifestyle. I want to teach kids fractions, cursive, and how to love reading stories. I don't want to know what's on that microchip. I don't want to know why my grandpa had it. I don't need to know any of this, do I? I just want my grandpa back, and to get on with my life.
Murdoch pressed his lips together. Truly?
Yes, truly. What do I want with a stupid old microchip?
What if people are killed because of what's on that microchip, but ye couldn't be bothered to look? She gripped the steering wheel.
What are you saying?
Her voice rose.
Are you implying that if these criminals do something, it'll be my fault?
Your grandfather is obviously a man of honour, a heroic sort. He kept this information out of their hands, so it's obvious he wouldn't let anything happen to others. I can do no less. He mailed it to you for a reason. He obviously thinks they shouldn't have it, and that ye can protect it.
Now you're calling me a coward.
Sarah rubbed the back of her neck, her face scrunched with dismay, seeming devastated by his assessment.
Seriously, You're going to guilt-trip me?
That is not my intent. He was given this chance to do the right thing, and though he'd not risked Sarah, he had no problem risking himself. He was starting to believe this situation was meant to be a small penance for the sins from his past, for not saving his men when he could, for turning the tide of history with his inaction. Resentful, upset, they'd turned north. Later, they discovered that in actuality, London had been in an uproar. Rumours of the king's fleeing and a lack of defence had left London as easy pickings. The French were on the brink of attack. It was like a bad dream. They turned back based on the lying words of a spy. They could have succeeded in routing the king if Murdoch had done his job. Instead, they'd given the Duke of Cumberland, the butcher, the time needed to rally. Murdoch may as well have personally given him that time, and rally they had. The butcher trained his men well in the following months as their own army languished, disheartened, cold and hungry. When the English arrived, well fed, well rested, and wishing for revenge, the Jacobites' morale was at its lowest ebb. The battle lasted less than 45 minutes. There was no doubt bonny Prince Charlie made mistakes, but they'd never have been made if Murdoch had ousted Bradstreet. He shook his head, coming back to the present, to Sarah. "There's a reason I was sent here. Obviously it was to help ye, not to help kidnappers and murderers, but to help ye and your grandfather, to make things right."
Who sent you? Can you just answer me that?
"Nay, I cannae."
So what do we do?
Her voice sounded resigned. "We know where your grandfather is. I shall go and get the man." She snorted.
What, without me? You believe the cowardly little woman should be left behind while you clean up this mess?
Aye, that sounds about right. Sarah let out a scream of frustration.
Fine. I'll help you. That way I won't have to live the rest of my life wondering what would have happened if I'd manned up. Womaned up, whatever.
He smiled. Even in moments like this, she amused him. "You're not to worry. I'll not put ye in any danger. Your grandfather certainly wouldn't thank me for it."
What about him? If you go for him, couldn't he be hurt? Both of you could.
She had a point. After a long moment, Sarah said,
Maybe we should just give him a fake microchip. Trade that for Grandpa. So they just hand him over and no one is harmed.
"Like a forgery. The canny ken a fake."
I don't know. Maybe we should look and see what's on it. Maybe we could change something.
That would be an acceptable plan. It might give them time to escape. Sarah rolled her eyes.
We'd have to find someone who can modify the microchip. I don't know how, but I know how to find someone who could do it. And then I suppose I'll take it and exchange it for my grandfather.
"Nay, you'll see the chip modified and I'll take it. Do you ken? These men are not to be trusted." She shot him a resentful glance.
We're going to do this together, or not at all.
She drew in a breath.
If I gave up the fake chip, couldn't I trust you to save me?
He exhaled slowly. "You'd trust me that far?" She nodded.
Yes. Yes, I would.
Something hot welled within his chest, and his heart seemed to lodge in his throat. "You're a brave lass, but I'll not put ye in danger. We don't know if your grandfather is hurt at this point. He might even be willing to give up his life for this cause. Until we know more, we'll proceed with care."
All right, I'll trust you to know the right thing to do.
The ache in his chest intensified. He didn't deserve trust, not after Culloden Moor. But it felt good all the same. He'd not let her down. He'd see her and her kin safe if it was the last thing he did in existence. Chapter 8. They drove in silence for a while, and Sarah thought about what their next step should be.
You know what? I think we need a kid.
A kid? As in a child? Sarah glanced at Murdoch to see if he looked as stunned as he sounded. He did.
Yes, a kid.
She pulled into a grocery store parking lot and called the last person she wanted to talk to. After a moment, the phone rang. Hello.
Hi, Principal Winslow, it's Sarah.
Sarah, I'm glad you called. How are you doing? You never came back to the school today.
Sorry about that. I was just really upset about my classroom. I'll be in to clean it up as soon as I can.
Don't worry about that. I insisted the boys do most of the work. When you go back, there will just be a few things you'll probably want to put in place. I know how you ladies are, always wanting things just so. He chuckled. It's getting a little late. By any chance you want to go out for that coffee, even a late dinner if you're feeling up to it?
Thanks, but what I really need is to get hold of someone over at the high school. The computer science teacher. I'm looking for someone to come and explain computer technology to the kids.
Oh, that's great. Look at you always thinking about your students. You're a wonderful teacher, you know that, right? A great addition to our school.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me get you the phone number. While she waited, she glanced over at Murdoch, who was watching her closely. She nodded at him reassuringly. After a moment, the principal came back on the line. Okay, I've got a number here for you. Are you ready? She had pen poised over paper.
Ready.
After giving her the name and number, Principal Winslow was quick to try again. How about that coffee? She cringed.
Can I take a rain check?
She hated to encourage the guy, but wanted to get off the phone quickly. Great. Maybe we can go to lunch tomorrow.
We'll see how it goes.
After they disconnected, she called the number, and a man answered the phone.
Todd Anderson?
Yes?
Hi, my name is Sarah Davis. I'm a 4th grade teacher over at Woodland Elementary School. I'm wondering if you have any students who would help me with a project I'm doing. It would need to be somebody especially good with microchip technology.
Todd chuckled. So, basically you're looking for a nerd.
I thought they were called geeks these days.
As a nerd myself, I don't keep up with those things. But as a matter of fact, I do have a student who is uniquely qualified to help you. His name is Noah Larson. Hold on, I'll get you his phone number. Sarah gave Murdoch a thumbs up. A few minutes later, Todd got back on the line and rattled off numbers. May I ask what this is all about?
My grandfather is a computer genius, and he just needs a little bit of help, preferably from someone who knows what they're doing. Apparently, I'm not qualified.
Todd laughed again. Well, good luck. After she disconnected, Sarah immediately dialed the new number. A young male voice answered on the other end of the line. Yo. After she explained who she was, how she'd gotten his phone number, and asked if he could help, the kid showed a little bit of excitement. My teacher recommended me. This should be good for my grade, right? Sarah chuckled.
I don't know, maybe. I could certainly put in a good word for you.
What about a college recommendation? Can you help me with that?
Well, I'm an elementary school teacher, but if you think it would help, I'd be glad to write you a letter. Provided, of course, this project works out.
He laughed. I can pretty much do anything, so it'll work out.
Then you can expect a glowing letter of recommendation.
All right, I'm in. But just next time, just text me. This talking on the phone is weird.
I'll keep that in mind.
They set up a time to meet in 20 minutes at his house. Sarah hung up the phone and smiled at Murdoch. What is a geek? Sarah laughed.
Someone who knows everything about microchips.
Murdoch smiled. Clever girl. I think your plan just might work, lass. At his praise, a warm glow enveloped her.
I think so too.
Feeling optimistic, she put the car in gear and headed to the address Noah had given her. They drove to the lad's house. As the evening wore on, Murdoch was becoming increasingly aware that his time with Sarah was limited. 2 days, the witch had said, mayhap a little bit longer. Would Sarah remember him fondly when he was gone? He didn't wish to waste even a second of time with her, and searched his brain for ways to know her better. "You went to university to become a schoolteacher. Most impressive. I know a lot of women go these days, but 'tis a grand accomplishment." She flushed and tried to hide a pleased smile.
Thank you. Did you go?
"For a time, until my father pulled me away. I was needed for, other things."
Spying?
She teased him. He smiled. "What know ye of such things?"
Only what I'm learning from you.
Murdoch chuckled. "Glad to be of service." They arrived at the lad's house, and when Murdoch knocked, the boy immediately swung the door wide. "Hi, I'm Noah." He was short, thin, and dark-skinned. Straight black hair stuck out from his head, and Murdoch would think he rarely bothered to comb it, but it was too perfectly spiked to be anything but intentional. "Whoa, dude, you're huge." Murdoch nodded. "That I am." "Awesome accent." The lad gestured them forward. "Come on in." Murdoch stepped back so Sarah could go in first. Would she remember his gallantry after he'd gone, think on him fondly? Sarah glanced toward the noises coming from the living area.
I'm Sarah and this is Murdoch. Are your parents here?
"They're in the family room. I told them you were coming." He led the way upstairs to his bedroom, and it looked like he'd made a haphazard attempt at cleaning it up. Murdoch glimpsed clothing sticking out from under a bed and clothes inside a closet. A desk took up space along one wall of the room and was covered with computers and monitors. Some were mounted to the wall. An animated show blared on one screen.
Scooby-Doo,
Sarah whispered as the lad turned the cartoon off. "What?" She grinned and shook her head. "Okay, so what is it? And who did you get it from?" Murdoch handed over the microchip, and Noah stuck it in his computer. Sarah took a breath.
It's my grandfather's.
The lad cocked his head. "And you can't ask him to open it. Why?"
He's out of communication at the moment. We're hoping to find him by using this.
Noah shrugged. He pushed a few buttons on the board in front of him, and all sorts of information appeared on the screen. "It's password protected," Noah grinned. "But that's not really a problem, is it?" His fingers flew on the board with an impressive speed that left Murdoch blinking. Within 60 seconds, he lifted his head to grin. "I'm in."
Whoa!
Sarah clapped. Murdoch smiled at the lad. "Now what?" Noah stuck something small into his computer. "Now I make a copy. Never mess with the original, unless you have a backup, right?" "Clever," Murdoch praised. He'd copied a few missives in his day for similar reasons. Noah grinned. A moment later, he handed the copy, a small bit of black plastic, to Murdoch. Then he stretched his fingers and gazed at the information on the screen. "Okay, let's see what we have." He tapped for a while, called one of his friends for some information, hung up and started typing again. "Holy mackerel!"
What?
Sarah glanced from Noah to Murdoch and back.
What is it?
The lad turned his eyes toward them, and fear flashed across his face. "Look, guys, I think you're really nice and everything, but I don't want anything to do with this. Your grandpa must be one scary dude." Murdoch pulled Sarah close, under the protection of his arm. "What do you mean?" She clung to him.
Why is he scary?
The computer beeped. "Holy mackerel! We're being tracked!" The boy tapped furiously, talking to himself as he did so. Come on, you're not getting in there. This is not happening. I've got you. You're in the bin. You're mine." Sarah tensed, and Murdoch held her close. Noah pushed a button with a flourish and sat back, his face glowing. "Ha! Good luck tracking me now, loser. This is actually pretty cool. Like espionage." Murdoch looked at the numbers on the screen. "But what is it, laddie?" The lad wasn't paying attention. "Ah, look at this. Grandpa is a government contractor. That's not so bad. If I had to guess, his agency doesn't report funding. The man probably gets paid in toilet seats." Murdoch looked confused. "Toilet seats?" Noah grinned again. "Well, you know, when the government charges outrageous amounts for money for strange items, no one knows what the money is actually for, though, right? Looks to me like Grandpa might be using that money."
For what?
He pointed at the screen. "To build this program, for one. This information doesn't come cheap. It looks like this is designed to keep track of the sale of illegal firearms, gun running, like worldwide. This is amazing. The skill you'd have to hack some of this stuff is mind-blowing. Can you imagine what some people would pay for this information?"
Right before they killed you?
"Ah, there is that. Seriously, your grandpa could teach me a thing or two, that's for sure. In the meantime, let's see if I can impress the man. I have to call my friend." He explained about being tracked and talked about some kind of code. The lad tapped the entire time. Murdoch glanced down at Sarah. She looked slightly pale but determined. Noah started talking to his friend about how they could change the code as he continued to type. Finally, he stopped and turned to grin at them. "I've got it. We figured it out." He pushed a button and handed the microchip to them. "It's now a modified version. All the numbers are messed up, but only slightly. The first time you open it, it'll work and look legit, even though the numbers are bad. The second time," he smiled, "let's just say, I hope they like pure entertainment."
Thank you.
Sarah said, as Murdoch took the microchip.
What do we owe you?
"An introduction to your grandfather, a chance to show him what I can do." Sarah nodded.
Certainly. It'd be my pleasure.
"Seriously, call me anytime. Anytime you need more help with stuff like this, I'm your guy." "One more thing." Murdoch eyed the lad. "I'll have you remove your own copy before I leave." The boy froze, then exhaled. He grinned and tapped at the board again. "Done." Sarah stiffened with indignation.
Trash can, too.
The boy groaned and tapped a few more seconds. "You guys are no fun at all." Sarah looked at the lad sternly, and Murdoch could see the schoolteacher in her for the first time.
I'll have to think about that letter of recommendation.
"I'll drive this time." Murdoch held out a hand for the keys. Sarah shrugged and passed them over.
I was starting to think you didn't drive.
"I've not done it before, but that does not mean I can't do it now, does it? I've been watching you." Sarah's mouth parted.
Are you serious? Or are you pulling my leg?
Murdoch looked at her legs.
Do you have a driver's license or not?
"No, but I'll be good at it." Sarah rolled her eyes.
All right. If you're so determined, get in the driver's seat.
First, he helped her in the car, as always. Next, he rounded the vehicle and slid into the driver's seat. They both slid their seatbelts into place. He fumbled for a while and was finally able to get the key into the ignition. He turned it for far too long, and it made an awful screeching noise until he let off. She winced.
You really don't know how to drive, do you?
His jaw set with stubborn determination. "As I said, I've been watching you, and I'm sure I will be proficient in no time." His look of resolve was so adorable that she hesitated. This was probably the last thing they should be doing, but he was so determined and excited, so why not? If he was horrible, she'd shut him down. Luckily, the subdivision they were in lacked traffic at the moment. He grasped the shift lever and tried to move it.
You need to push the brake first.
"I know that much." He looked down at his feet. nodded once, pushed the brake and grasped the shift lever once more and put it into drive. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from showing any amusement.
You don't need to get snappy with me. I had months' worth of lessons before I was allowed to drive. You can take my advice, or you can let me do the driving.
All right, what do you do now?
Slowly let your foot off the brake.
The car jumped forward before smoothing out, and he shot her a big smile of excitement. She grinned back. Guys with guns, guys in cars. Men were easy to please.
My mistake. I should have known you'd be good at this.
He growled. Going slowly at first, he finally dared to put pressure on the accelerator. They shot forward, then back, then forward several times before he eased into it. He tested the brakes, the accelerator again. Sarah tightened her seatbelt.
You're doing fine.
They headed out and the traffic increased.
Do you want me to drive now?
He studied the cars, both coming and going, and that adorable look of determination filled his face once more. I can do this, lass.
Stop sign coming up, slow down.
He stopped a bit too close to the car in front of them.
We're planning to rescue my grandfather tonight. If we end up in a car accident, we won't be able to do that.
Dunno fash, I find this quite simple. He shot her a superior look as he moved forward and stopped again. There was no way she was getting him out of the driver's seat now, so she just sat back and accepted it. He drove out into heavier traffic, but he did listen to her instructions and, after a few minutes, seemed to do pretty well. She glanced at the gas gauge.
Maybe we better fill up on gas. We don't want to run out tonight of all nights, do we?
They stopped, and he was such a guy, insisting he'd do everything himself. She showed him how to fill the tank, and he acted like it was rocket science. When they eased back onto the road, she had to admit she was surprised by how well he was driving.
So where do you come from in Scotland, exactly?
Inverary, near Loch Lomond.
Is it pretty there?
Aye, lass. Sparkling water, glens, snow-capped mountains in the distance. I've walked the woods many a time. To the south there are wide open landscapes. The loch is full of islands, and I explored most of them in my time. He glanced at her. You'd love it. Scotland would become ye. She smiled.
Do you miss it?
He eased to a stop at a traffic light. I haven't been there for many a year, but if I ever had the opportunity, I'd love to go back.
If you're not living there now, where have you been?
Culloden, Moor.
Oh, that's right. You died there and are a ghost now.
She reached out and grasped his arm.
You certainly feel like flesh and blood to me.
She expected him to laugh, but he pursed his lips, looking more pensive than anything. Actually, there are 79 ghosts there, or there were. Some have moved on now, as have I. She bit her bottom lip, suddenly nervous, unsure what to say.
And this is where you moved to? Boston, Massachusetts? To spend time with me? I'm flattered.
I'd not thought to ever be this grateful for anything in life again, but I owe the witch much for sending me to ye. I could think of no better praise or consolation for the long years of loneliness and despair, when Sonny gifted you to me. He swallowed. I'd not the foresight to see the praise she offered. Sarah's heart leapt, and she didn't know why. Because she was uncomfortable with his gibberish. No, it was just the way he had said everything. The heartfelt way he talked about loneliness and despair was so sincere, she was touched, regardless of her disbelief. She reached over and put her hand on his arm again.
I'm glad you're here too. Honestly, there's not another person on this earth, in the past or the future, that I would rather be with than you. This whole entire situation is so messed up. I don't think I could have handled it if you hadn't been beside me.
He glanced at her, then back at the road, the grim line of his lips softening. What about you? Have you always wished to be a teacher? She was okay with the change of subject.
No, When I went to college, I kept changing my major. Veterinarian, PE teacher, business management. When I was little, I wanted to be a ballerina or a truck driver.
Why did you think teaching would suit ye?
I thought about it for a long time. I like kids quite a bit. They're changeable, never boring. And I find being around them teaching young minds to be quite satisfying. It's a lot of work, but I do enjoy it. What about you? When did you know you wanted to be a spy?
He laughed. That is so long ago that it's hard to look back. I suppose I wished to please my father in the beginning. He had strong political leanings and passed them on to me. I was young, agile, and my accent wasn't as strong as it could have been as I was schooled in London in my youth when my father was first elected to Parliament. He shrugged. If I'm completely honest, I have to admit I did it for the fun of it. It was exciting getting caught up in the drama of the moment. Men shouting in taverns, whispering in homes, having strong opinions and being able to influence them myself. He shook his head. Enough of that. Tell me of your family.
My mom and sister might seem a little bratty, but they're really not. Dad died a couple of years ago in a car accident, and they haven't been quite the same since.
What of ye?
Well, I'm super close to my grandfather, so I think it's made it easier.
Why do you not have a man in your life? Her lips curved.
I thought I did. There's this guy who's been going around telling everybody that I'm his.
He grinned at her, turned on the blinker, and eased into a convenience store parking lot.
You done driving?
Looking satisfied, his lip curling proudly, he put the car in park and turned toward her. Nay, I just thought I'd take this moment to remind ye of who you belong to. He reached for her. She should probably turn him down, but she didn't want to, did she? He might be a bit rough and threatening and dangerous as well, but not with her. With her he was sweet, caring and protective, and so proud of his driving, so damned cute, she couldn't be blamed for the heady attraction. He cupped her nape and drew her in for a kiss. When their lips touched, nothing had changed. She still felt electrified when he caressed her, felt the pleasure of his kiss melt her down to her bones and her curling toes. The guy knew how to kiss. He grazed her lips once and again, sparking a flood of sensation that had her drawing a breath. Her life was in shambles at the moment, filled with worry and concern. But this was fantastic. He was fantastic. So she might as well enjoy. She pulled back, and his blissful expression drew her in to cup his face, to kiss his cheeks, his lips again, and he seemed to relish the attention. She eased away.
You're smiling. Are you happy when you kiss me?
He gave a strained laugh. Aye, lass, I'm very happy when I kiss ye. Her lips curved upward.
Me too.
Chapter 9. They headed back to the motel, and when they arrived, Murdoch helped Sarah from the car once more. There's a good lass. He praised her for waiting instead of trying to open the door herself. Let's go in and get a couple hours of sleep.
What time are we going to leave?
We used to read at midnight. 'Tis the best time, truly. Everyone but the guards are asleep, and if they've not had trouble in a while, they'll be lax in their duties.
I doubt men like that ever have troubles.
Murdoch grinned as he opened the door with the keycard and ushered her inside. All the better for us. He indicated the bed. Lie down, lass. I'll join ye in a moment.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
He tried not to show his amusement. Of course it wasn't a good idea to lie beside him. He felt like a predator around her. She surely must feel like prey. On the bed, Sarah. I'll not harm ye. He headed to look out the window. If he wasn't watching, perhaps she'd feel less stalked.
I know you won't harm me. It's what else you might do that I'm worried about.
He stifled a chuckle, inordinately pleased she saw him as both protector and threat. She was certainly intelligent, he'd give her that, because he was both. "Come, lass, lay down. I'll not do anything you dinna care for." He glanced out the window, spotted no threat, then turned to look at her. "Anyways, you're forgetting something important, are you not?" She glared at him crossly.
I know. I belong to you.
His grin deepened. "I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say we need to be well rested for what comes this night, but I'm glad you've realised you're mine. I like to hear you say it." She sighed heavily as she glanced up at the ceiling. He waited, trying to conceal his amusement. She looked at the bed, then back at him.
Are we really going to rest?
"Of course." She shot him a wary look and climbed on the bed, but didn't get under the covers. "Now, there's a good lass." He turned off the light, shut the curtain, blocking the light from the parking lot, then grabbed a spare blanket off a shelf and joined her, covering them both. "Come here, lass. Scoot yourself closer to me. I just wish to hold you in me arms."
Sure you do.
Careful as a doe, she moved closer until she was inches away. He hauled her closer, pulling her flush against his side, tucking her head to his shoulder. "Relax." He started to rub her back with one hand, until little by little the tension within her eased, and she lay slack against him and finally fell asleep. He tightened his arms about her, patted her hair with his hand, then slid his hand down to her hip, repeating the process over and over. He'd never felt so content. She was such a brave little thing, but of course there was no way he was going to let her risk herself. She was his to protect, and he'd do it whether she willed it or no. He wanted her safe. Nay, he had to see her safe. He'd never in life had a woman to call his own. In the hereafter, wherever it was he went this time, be it Culloden Moor or hell, he'd have Sarah in his thoughts. The memory of her touch, the feel and scent of her, it would be Sarah that kept him sane. Come what may in his mind, she would always be his. He'd never be alone like that again. A couple of hours later, he squeezed her close, held her slight weight against him one last time, inhaled the scent of her hair, and gently kissed the top of her head. Slowly he eased away from her, and the moment they no longer touched, he felt bereft. He reached for her, for a last touch, then drew his hand back. He didn't wish to wake her. Though night had fallen, dim light came through a crack in the curtain from an outside light. Her face, turned toward him, was beautiful in the semi-darkness. Thick lashes curved against her cheek, and though he longed for one last kiss, one last taste of her, he couldn't be swayed from his duty. He turned away, determined to remember her as she looked, surrounded by shadows, lit by the sun, smiling, frowning, impatient or laughing. He would tuck every single memory away and bring them all out one by one to study, to warm him, to keep him sane in the hereafter. He remembered what the witch said to him the day he'd resisted coming here with all his might. She'd said if he went, he'd have his grand adventure. If he'd known Sarah awaited him, he'd have gone to his knees and begged Shawnee to send him. He quietly took the car keys, stopped with his hand on the doorknob, and fought with all he was worth not to turn back to her. "I love you, Sarah," he whispered into the darkness. "I always will." He opened the door as quietly as he could, stepped out and shut it behind him just as softly. He left Sarah safe, secure, full of life and vitality. Tears filled his eyes even as his lips tightened. He'd see his lady protected, see of her grandfather, and hope she, at the very least, remembered him fondly. It was everything he could do to get himself to go, to leave her, knowing he might never see her again. Mayhap she'd think of him from time to time, especially if he managed to save her grandfather. For his own part, he knew he'd think of her always. Whatever his future held, one thing was sure. Wherever he was, be it the cold, endless moor, or hell itself, Sarah would be within his heart, making his existence bearable. Sarah woke, her eyes snapping open in the darkness. She felt the bed beside her, realized Murdoch wasn't there, and called out.
Murdoch?
No answer. She glanced at the bedside clock. Just after midnight. She hurried to the window to look out. Her car was missing. Her lips tightened as grimness filled her.
Oh no, he did not.
Flipping on the lights, she hurried to search the counter, the table, but remembered Murdoch had the microchip.
You underhanded jerk.
She glanced around the room, thinking about where the copy of the original could be, then remembered it was in Murdoch's possession as well.
Blast him. The treacherous two-timing dog.
He'd played her, seduced her into having feelings for him. He'd been one of the bad guys the entire time. He'd been one of the ones holding her grandfather. Tears filled her eyes. She'd kissed him, fallen for him. She could hardly believe it. No one could be that good, could they? That sincere. So much for keeping his word. She looked around the room again and clenched her fists. She barely stopped herself from screaming. How could he do this to her? And what about her poor grandfather? Would they set him free now they had what they wanted? Again, disbelief roared through her, froze her. Not Murdoch. He couldn't have done this. He just couldn't have. Her chest ached, and she recognized the emotion as hurt. He'd hurt her. He'd convinced her he cared deeply, that he wanted her, that she was his everything, and it had all been a lie. More tears sprang to her eyes, and she shoved her shoes on and tied the laces. She wanted to kill the guy. A knock on the door flooded her with relief. Her breath hitched in her chest. She closed her eyes, the relief so strong she couldn't move. He'd probably just stepped out. Was he practicing his driving skills again? She was such a jerk to doubt him. She would never tell him what she'd believed. The thought of his devastated face, if she expressed her distrust, convinced her she'd take her doubt to the grave. She finally unfroze, raced for the door, and flung it open. She gasped. 2 men filled the doorway, and then some. Black suits, grim expressions.
Bad guys. Oh dear, oh dear.
She should have checked the peephole. Fear gripped her throat, choking her. She swallowed hard and tried to slam the door. Too late. Within seconds, before she'd even sucked in enough air to scream, they'd shoved the door open, grabbed her, and her mouth was covered with a big, beefy palm. They carried her out the door and shoved her into the back seat of a car. When she sat up, the man across from her slapped her face hard, knocking her to the seat. She slowly lifted her head as she placed a hand to her cheek. The blond man smiled. "Hi there, Sarah. Recognize me? Where's your boyfriend, She cleared her suddenly tight throat.
Hello, Ivan.
Murdoch had told her she'd be sorry he hadn't killed him. Pressing a hand to her throbbing cheek, she swallowed again and found herself feeling quite regretful. They wanted to know where Murdoch was. That certainly caught her attention. A sudden hope swirled in her heart. "I crawled out of a hospital bed for this. I'm waiting." Her doubts faded. So Murdoch wasn't with them, wasn't one of them. If he hadn't stolen the microchip for personal gain, Then he must have thought to go and rescue her grandfather by himself. Her heart softened again. The big lug. That was exactly what he would do to protect her. And to think she doubted him. Another slap to her face. Not as hard as the last, but it still hurt. "Hello? Anyone home?" She held a hand to her stinging cheek.
He's not gonna like that you did that to me. He'll make you pay for it.
She glanced at his bandaged hand and smirked. The guy hesitated, showed a flash of fear, then anger. Another slap, harder.
Ah!
That one burned. She knew she should stop antagonizing the guy, lay low, play meek and humble, but she didn't want to be a coward. She wanted Murdoch to be proud of the way she'd fought. If she ever made it through this anyway. If he ever knew about it. Could a heart be given in 2 days? She thought of Murdoch, his fierceness, tenderness, the way he looked at her, the way he'd lain to claim her. If she'd never taken a risk in her life before, she was taking one with him. So yes, it was entirely possible to fall in love that fast, because it had happened to her. She loved that big, scary goof. She was keeping him. She belonged to him. Well, back at you, babe. If she got out of this, she was going to lock that man down and put a ring on it. Ivan released an ugly laugh. "He won't know where you are, and even if he did, we could take him." She lifted her chin.
You couldn't before.
She could see he didn't like that, and wondered if she was about to get slapped again. She didn't lower her chin, but stared him down.
How did you find me anyway?
"All we had to do was put out the word we were willing to pay for information. The front desk manager was quick to turn you in." She sighed.
It was the kilt, wasn't it?
That made both Ivan and the driver laugh. "Yes, it was." She fumed. They should have purchased him new clothes sooner. Ivan reached out and put a hand on her knee. She jerked back.
Oh, no, you don't.
"Are we in a hurry, Roman? Maybe we have time to stop by the side of the road." The driver laughed. "No time. Maybe later." Ivan smirked. "Later, then. For now, I'll ask again. Where is the Highlander? Where is the microchip?" Both were good questions. Where would Murdoch have gone? Probably to the same place they were headed if he could find it, and she needed to be ready to help him.
I honestly don't know where he is. We got in a fight and he left me. As for the microchip, you know we don't have it. We were asking you about it earlier. The only reason we knew about it was because we were in my grandfather's house earlier and heard your man talking about it.
Ivan sighed and rubbed his forehead with his uninjured hand. He glanced up, chilling blue eyes level with hers. "And yet, somehow, he's not going to like me slapping you. He's going to make me pay. I don't believe a word you're saying."
Busted. I only said that to scare you. I really don't know where he is.
"And you know nothing about a microchip." She tried to look confused.
Are you talking about those implants they put in dogs? Where you scan them to find the owner's name and address?
Ivan eyed her with suspicion. Her gaze flitted to the door handle. "Try it," he said. "I really want you to." Throwing the door open and rolling out onto the road looked good in the movies, but with her luck, she'd break her bones and lose her teeth. Besides, they'd probably just back the car over her anyway. The driver jumped out to open a gate, and Sarah froze. This was the gate they'd passed earlier, the one they were to climb to try and find her grandfather.
Are you taking me to my grandfather?
"You were staying in a motel down the road from here. Coincidence? I think not. I think you know very well where your grandfather is. I think you planned to rescue him. I think that crazy man of yours is already here somewhere." He smirked at her and cocked his head. "Am I close?" The blood drained from her face, even as she tried to keep her expression blank.
I don't know what you're talking about. He is crazy. I told you. We fought and he left. He has such a terrible temper.
He gave her an aren't you sweet look, obviously not believing a word. This time I won't underestimate the man. I'll use my gun instead of my fists. She swallowed, wishing there was a way to warn him, to save him. The driver opened the car door and Ivan exited and held out his hand to her. She considered making him drag her out of the car, but knew it wouldn't be pleasant. That didn't mean she had to take his hand. She slid across the seat and out of the car, slapping at his hand when he grabbed her elbow. He didn't seem to notice. There was a scary old house in front of her with a bright porch light, white peeling paint, old broken chairs, several outbuildings, and she could see at least 2 guards walking the perimeter of a wooden fence. She gaped. This was not going to be good. She considered calling out for Murdoch, warning him, but then they'd know for sure he was there instead of just suspecting. He could probably see the guards well enough. He was strong, smart, savvy.
This place is scary. I don't want to go in there.
She dug her heels in and spoke as loudly as she could, hoping to warn Murdoch about her presence.
What kind of sick people are you anyway? This is the worst hideout ever.
Ivan jerked her toward the wooden stairs and toward the darkened doorway as real fear tripped up her spine. She balked, trying to set her feet in the grass.
No way. I'm not going in there.
Ivan dragged her forward. It's not so bad. You'll see. The doorway was darkened, and there was no way she was going into that gaping maw. She dug in her feet again, squirming against her captor. He laughed and didn't even slow as he dragged her along. Fear dried her throat. The creepy old house, the outbuildings. It looked like a great place to commit murder and to get away with it. It was a murder house. She just knew it. She started to hyperventilate.
No, no, no. You're going to feed me to the hogs or something, aren't you?
Ivan spoke a few words in Russian to the driver, and the man surged forward, threw her over his hard shoulder, and went up the porch steps. The screen door squeaked, a noise that might have sounded homely in certain circumstances, but was just frightening in this one. She was in so much trouble. Chapter 10. Sarah was there. It took him a moment to recognize the emotion he was feeling. Pure, unadulterated fear. It froze the blood in his veins. What was Sarah doing there? Rage flashed. They had his woman. He wanted to rush forward, kill them all and take her away. Everything within him demanded he do just that. He gritted his teeth and tried to think. She shouldn't be there, blast it. She was supposed to be safe in her room at the motel. She was supposed to sleep soundly while he took care of it all for her. He had planned to bring her grandfather to her before she'd even noticed he'd left. And somehow they'd found and taken her. He wanted to roar his frustration, charge them, kill them. He took 2 calming breaths as he tried to think. Silent as the ghost he'd been, he sneaked up to the fence, vaulted behind a solitary guard, and incapacitated the man with a rock and heavy blow to the head. He considered killing him, but knew Sarah wouldn't like it. The man should be out far longer than it took Murdoch to get Sarah and her grandfather and get away. He took the man's weapons and dumped him over the fence and into a bush. He smiled grimly as he faded into the shadows. Now he had 2 guns. He silently knocked out another guard. It was Sarah who was all-important. He'd free her grandfather if given the chance, but not unless he was first assured of Sarah's safety. As he heard the door squeak, Murdoch approached the darkened side of the house and carefully slipped inside through a broken window. His eyes quickly adjusted to the dark, and he could hear voices below him yelling in a threatening manner. Yelling at Sarah, no doubt, frightening his woman. He slipped past a broken-down bed, past junk piled high and into a hallway. Light spilled from below, and he sneaked a quick peek down a staircase where all the noise was coming from. He took a step backwards into shadow. If he went down these stairs, he could get them all trapped in a tight space. A random bullet could hit Sarah if the men below felt threatened. One man tromped up the stairs, and Murdoch slammed a fist into his head, caught him, and threw him over his shoulder. With no need to hide the sound of his footsteps, he walked to the next room and hid the body behind an old couch in a dark corner. He took the man's weapons and threw an old blanket on top of the large mail. With 2 guns in his belt, he placed the third at the top of the stairs as a backup in case he needed it. More yelling from downstairs, Sarah's voice responding in kind. There was his brave lass. Everything within him told him not to go down the stairs. They'd be trapped. There'd be no sneaking, no bolt hole, none of the ploys he was used to using. Sarah could get hurt in a gunfight. He wasn't yet proficient with guns. There'd been no opportunity to learn, to practice. If it was just the grandfather, he'd wait, use stealth. But with Sarah a captive, that wasn't an option. He checked the safety a second time, assuring himself the gun would fire. Holding a gun in his right hand, he descended 1 foot at a time, not bothering to hide his footfalls. They'd think him one of them, and he'd have the element of surprise, if only for a short moment. "There is the microchip, old man. I'm not going to ask again. I'm going to, how do you say, get the answer out of your granddaughter's hide." The second man laughed in a crude and suggestive way. In a stroke of luck, the 2 men had their backs to him. As they stared down at both Sarah and the elderly man he assumed was her grandfather sitting on a couch. He'd been bruised and battered, and he sat stiffly before them, stubbornly silent. Tension bunched Murdoch's muscles as he pointed the gun at the back of the man, yelling at Sarah. Her face filled with tension as she leaned into her grandfather, seemed to bolster the old man. She glanced up to see Murdoch, and her eyes widened briefly. Relief flooded her face, and she sucked in her breath before looking down.
Please don't hurt us. I promise I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Good lass for distracting them and giving him the extra time he needed to cross the room. He shoved his gun back inside his belt as he hurried forward. He grabbed one of the men and wrenched him backward before quickly doing the same with the second male. He placed himself between the men and Sarah. From the floor they both stared up at him in shock as they looked at the gun back in his hand. "Toss your weapons aside, else I'll be forced to kill you both." They each tossed the gun aside. "Who the hell are you?" the bigger man with a crooked nose asked. "He's the man who broke my finger at the hospital." Ivan glared sullenly. "I'm Donovan," the man with the crooked nose said. His mouth gaped. "Oh, this all makes sense now. Did Fredrickson send you?" Murdoch lifted a brow, his demeanour all confidence. "What do you think?" The bigger man swallowed. "You're the Highlander, aren't you?" "Fredrickson sent you," Ivan echoed, then swore profusely in Russian. What did Donovan think? Donovan thought he was having a very bad day. The Highlander had been sent to watch them, to watch him, to make sure he didn't screw anything up. Well, all right. From the outside, looking in, they might seem incompetent, but now they not only had the old coot, but his granddaughter as well. The old man wouldn't be so tough once they got started in on her, would he? Donovan lifted both hands in a calming gesture of peace. "Sorry about the delay. But I promise things are looking up. It took us a while to find his granddaughter, but now we have her. Don't worry, he'll be induced to talk. I'm not worried in the least. Look, I'm sorry we took the girl off you, but how were we to know we were working toward the same goal? You can tell Fredrickson I have this under control. You don't need to be here. Oh, I think I truly do.
You're one of them?
The girl's voice broke as her eyes filled with tears.
You've been in on this the entire time? You tricked me?
Donovan rolled his eyes at the hurt in the girl's tone. Play with the big boys, and you're going to get hurt, girlie. Of course he's in on it, up to his thick neck. Even Donovan had to admit the man's plan had been brilliant. Play the hero and gain the girl's trust. The man had more brains than he'd given them credit for. Or maybe Fredrickson was pulling his strings, same as Donovan's.
You liar! You thief! I hate you!
Betrayal filled the girl's voice as she struggled now, as her grandfather tried to calm her.
You're going to hit me now too, aren't you? Slap my face like Ivan did.
She held her cheek while looking accusingly at Ivan. The Highlander's face hardened. Did he now? The man surged forward and struck Ivan with his gun, so fast Donovan gaped at his speed, even as Ivan groaned, and held his hand over his bleeding cheek. Donovan raised a calming hand. We were just about to question her. Maybe you'd like to do the honours, as the two of you seem to be acquainted. He wanted the guy gone, but if he left, the first person he'd call would be Fredrickson, and then Donovan would be getting a call. He let out a breath. He did not want to deal with this. Look, calming gesture again. Just put the gun away, and I will tell you what I've accomplished. All right? Maybe you can fill in the blanks. The blanks? Even the man's guttural voice was scary. Yes, what you found out when you had the girl. Things were just not going his way. It wasn't fair. A frail old man wasn't supposed to have the stamina to hold out the way he'd done. Be sure to tell Fredrickson that the old man was out for an entire day, all right? Even now, Donovan suspected the old guy of trickery, but they'd not been able to rouse him. He'd roused soon enough when they'd brought the granddaughter in, hadn't he? Resentment flared. Joining with Fredrickson was supposed to take him to the next level, not leave him feeling threatened all the time. He scowled. What was with the gun in his face? Would they double-cross him, get the microchip and cut him out? He hated this whole thing. He liked being his own boss. Maybe small was better than large. Look, could you do me a favour and get that gun out of my face? The guy didn't budge. We'll let you have first crack at the girl. All right? Deal? The lass is mine. What? What was the guy going on about? She's mine. Donovan lost patience. All right, Neanderthal, take her. There are a few beds upstairs if you need that kind of thing, but just don't kill her, all right? We'll work on Grandpa here and find out what he really knows, okay? He'll talk now. It's just a matter of time. The Highlander didn't hesitate. He shoved his gun in his belt, slung the protesting girl over his shoulder, and took her upstairs. Donovan expelled a long breath. The guy was barbaric, menacing. He was glad he'd had the girl to offer. One thing was for sure, he did not want to work with Fredrickson again. Now, if he could just figure out how to get out of it. Sarah hung over Murdoch's shoulder and felt more safe and secure than she'd felt in the last hour. Okay, so she doubted him when Donovan's henchman took her, and she felt completely horrible about that. But the moment she'd seen him, she felt nothing but relief. Even when Donovan thought Murdoch was working with them, she'd known it was a ruse on his part. Somehow he'd tricked them, and he'd said he wasn't a good spy. She remembered how his claim that she belonged to him had irritated her in the beginning, But now, whenever he said it, she felt safe. She was his, under his protection, with him.
We have to go back for my grandfather.
Murdoch took her out of the house. As soon as you're safe, I'll go back.
I could help too. Give me a gun.
He snorted. You didn't even like to touch guns, let alone use them. Anyways, I'll not take any chances with ye. As soon as you're safe, I'll go back. I'll not see your grandfather harmed any further. You've my word. She softened at that. She could trust him. He always kept his word. Her grandfather was battered, bruised, and a little worse for wear, but there'd been nothing wrong with his sharp gaze. Murdoch would free him and he'd heal, but why do it alone? She struggled.
Let me down. I can help.
He set her down by the fence and grasped her by both shoulders and shook her. I dinna want your help. I want you safe. I want you curled up and warm in my bed when I returned with your grandfather this night. I dinna wish any man's hand upon ye but my own. He swallowed. When I saw ye, realised you'd been without my protection. Seeming at a loss for words, he finally shook his head.
But...
He hauled her into his arms and pressed her close, his arms enveloping her. One of his hands covered her back, the other her waist. They, had ye, could have done aught while you were without my protection. He shuddered. They offered ye to me to do as I liked. What if that offer had been made to another? He grabbed her shoulders again and pulled back to look down. Ye were supposed to be safe in my care. What is going on here? Sarah gasped as the man rounded the corner, gun in hand. Murdoch swung and punched the man in the face once, twice, and the gun went off. The man was unconscious before he slumped to the ground, leaving Sarah to gape at the ringing sound and the speed at which Murdoch struck.
Are you hit?
Nay. He grabbed Sarah again. You're mine, lass. You must be safe. If you're here, my attentions will be divided. Do you understand? Run now. Hide in those bushes. He indicated a clump about 20 yards away. I'll be along with your grandfather soon as may be. Stubbornness had Sarah crossing her arms.
You're being sweet and all, but...
You'll go and do as you're told. I have to keep you safe. Why do you not ken? 'Tis like an ache in my gut. You're driving me daft, woman. I cannae let the cannons blow ye away. The muskets are so fast, I cannae stomach it if aught touches ye. A sword slicing through ye. I could not bear it. Dinna ask me to do such. He glared at her. Understand me well. You will be kept safe. Do you ken? If I cannae keep one small woman from harm, then what's the use of me? Sarah gaped at Murdoch. His heartfelt declaration, strange as he'd worded it, melted her to the core. She raised a hand to his face.
Murdoch.
The screen squeaked, and Donovan's voice pierced the darkness. What is going on here? Did you shoot him? Are you trying to steal the girl for Fredrickson? That would be a completely stupid move on your part. Her presence here is about to crack her grandfather right open. Murdoch froze, and Sarah looked past him to see Donovan and Ivan standing on the porch, guns drawn again. She flinched. She should have listened to Murdoch and hidden. Murdoch looked over his shoulder, but, hands on her hips, kept her firmly on his opposite side, blocking her with his body. Headlights glowed in the distance and showed a car barreling down the dirt road. All stayed frozen in place as they watched the black SUV flying toward them. It came to a fast stop, and the dust behind it moved forward, catching up, covering them in fine mist. A large, square-shaped figure emerged from the passenger seat. Mr. Fredrickson! Donovan sounded shocked. What are you doing here? The wide man straightened his suit, buttoning it. Bring them. The driver and 2 more men quickly reached inside the car and, to the accompaniment of shrieks, dragged out her mother and sister. Even with only the light from the porch and the headlights, she could see Jessica's bruised face.
Mom. Jessica.
Fear slid up Sarah's spine as she tried to take a step toward them, but Murdoch's grip was unbreakable.
How did you find them?
The words burst from her. When the wide man smiled, his face appeared sinister. Your sister accepted Bruce here as a friend on Facebook. It wasn't hard to find her location. She was even helpful enough to post some pictures. Sarah gaped at Jessica.
But how?
Looking scared to death, Jessica drew in a breath.
We did a bit of shopping, just clothes and stuff at first, but we both purchased new iPads and an internet hookup.
She said the words faintly.
I'm sorry. We should have listened to you.
More armed men rounded the corner. Sarah's heart knocked in her chest, and she closed her eyes. Her entire family, everyone she loved, was surrounded by danger. Even with Murdoch on their side, how could they possibly get out of this? Chapter 11. Donovan's bad day just took a turn for the worse. He'd nearly peed himself when Fredrickson exited the car. He glanced around when one of his men came out of the house, rubbing his head. "What happened? I feel like I've been hit by a Mack truck." Donovan glanced around in confusion and noted that some of his men were missing. Courtesy of the Highlander, and Fredrickson showing up like this. It scared him witless and spiked his anger. "What is this? A blasted party? Are we having a social event here?" He glanced at the Highlander. "What are you doing out here? I thought you wanted the girl." "I do want the lass. She's mine." "Shut up about it already. Sheesh, I thought we were going to question good old Grandad. I thought you were coming right back. Next thing I know, you're practically proposing to the girl in the front yard, and now Fredrickson has her family. What is happening?" He wished the words sounded less aggrieved and more forceful, but he was having a wretched day, wasn't sure who to blame for it, and was terrified Fredrickson was going to kill him. He threw his hands up. "What is this grand central station? I have everything under control." He couldn't seem to shut up. "How did you find me anyway?" He finally addressed the man himself. "I have my ways." What he meant was that he had his spies. "I was just telling your boy here." "My boy?" "The Highlander." Fredrickson looked at Murdoch, Murdoch at him. Both men were frightening in their own way. "He's not my boy." Everyone turned to stare at Murdoch, and the man's expression hardened as he took in every man around him. Donovan looked into Murdoch's wild eyes, and his heart sank into his stomach. The Highlander shoved the girl to the ground, yanked a gun out of his belt, and started shooting. The guns deafened. Murdoch stood over her, and Sarah had her arms over her head, as if that would stop a bullet. Sarah heard men shouting, screaming. Murdoch grabbed her by the back of the shirt, stood her up, and shoved her toward the corner of the house where her mum and sisters were already running. Sarah made it around the corner, then stopped next to her sobbing family. The gunfire slowed to an occasional bark.
Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt?
She realized that every single person she loved was here, at this location, under threat. Murdoch was the only one who stood between them and certain death, but as big and scary and capable as he was, a bullet could end him. She glanced around the corner, but didn't see him. Well, she wasn't going to sit here and wait for him to do everything.
Come on. I know where Grandpa is.
She led the way around to the back door and climbed the 3 wooden steps. Jessica balked.
No way. I'm not going inside that place.
Sarah didn't blame her.
Then wait here. Hide. I'm not waiting here. Make up your mind. Come on.
Mom dragged Jessica to some bushes next to an old clothesline pole.
We'll be right here. Don't you dare leave without us.
Sarah made it inside, only to hear bad guys in the other room. It sounded like they were in the front of the house, and she sneaked down the staircase.
Grandpa?
She whispered, "Here." She found him hiding behind an old washing machine, looking ill, older.
Oh, Grandpa. Come on, lean on me. We're going to have to sneak out. Can you do it?
He nodded. "Of course, Sarah. I'm so sorry I got you involved in all of this."
We'll talk about that later.
They sneaked back up the staircase and to the back door. She still heard an occasional gunshot, an occasional scream, and had to believe that Murdoch was all right. Otherwise, they'd have given up, right? Outside, once again, her family sprang up from their hiding place. They rushed forward to help.
Take him and get away from here. Hide. I have to try and help Murdoch if possible.
No way she was leaving that man behind. She belonged to him. Well, if that was the case, then he belonged to her too. She peeked around the corner, and the dinging of a bell made her realise the door to the SUV was open. She darted forward, dove into the driver's seat, and looked into the back. Empty. She shut the driver's door and pressed the lock on all the doors just as a rock hit the front window at eye level, leaving a slight gouge. Wait, not a rock, a bullet. Blood drained from her face even as she registered the fact that the glass was bulletproof. She actually laughed. She was safe. She turned the key and the SUV started with ease, the engine practically purring. Only the best for these criminals. She scanned the area, looking for Murdoch. She didn't see him. She immediately drove around the back where she'd left her family. She rolled down the window.
Get in! It's me, Sarah! Get in!
Her family quickly darted from the bushes as she unlocked the doors. As soon as they jumped into the back seat, she locked the doors and rolled up the window. When a bad guy darted across the front yard, she only had a momentary hesitation. She pressed the accelerator, determined to run him down. Better that he died than Murdoch. She might not have a gun, but she still had a lethal weapon. The man threw himself at the back steps and jumped inside, and she missed him. He was quick. She saw his look of astonishment before he raised his gun and shot the passenger side of the vehicle. The window held. The square-shaped man came at the shooter and decked him. "Do not shoot my car!" The man's booming voice was loud enough she heard it. "I just purchased it, and I don't want it messed up for no reason. Even the tires are bullet-resistant. You can't kill her, so stop shooting my car, or I will kill you." Square Man turned to look at Sarah, pure evil in his eyes. Panicked, she quickly drove around the side of the house with a vague plan to drive around the house in circles until she found Murdoch, but it wasn't necessary. He was in her path, grappling with another man. Sarah moved to intercept him. She pulled the car beside the two of them and lowered the window a slight fraction.
No!
Jessica screamed.
Roll up the window! Murdoch!
Sarah yelled his name. He glanced over at them and raised his arm in the other direction, shooting his gun 3 times in quick succession.
Murdoch, get in!
She scooted across the seat and opened the door for him.
Run!
"Sarah, watch out!" She turned her head to see a criminal almost upon her. As if in slow motion, the man lifted his gun. She screamed. And then Murdoch was there, blocking her with his huge body. 1, 2, 3 in quick succession. Murdoch's body jerked against hers as bullets pierced him.
No!
She screamed the word as 4, 5, 6. His body jerked repeatedly from the force of the shots. He turned and shoved her back inside the car, shut the door, then, facing forward, slumped against it, protecting her to the end. Someone tried the driver's side of the door, and Mum and Jessica started to scream. Feeling like the biggest traitor in the world, Sarah reached out and locked the passenger door again. As if he'd heard the door lock, he slipped to the ground.
No!
Sarah, crying, screamed again, her mind having a hard time accepting what she was seeing.
He's gone, Sarah. Go.
Mom screamed. Men started to gather around the vehicle, around Murdoch, and when she couldn't see them clearly, she realised she was crying. She felt a shaky hand on her shoulder. "Sweetheart," it was her grandfather. "He's been shot too many times to live. We have to go or we're going to end up dead too." Every door in the vehicle was being tried.
Drive, Sarah.
Jessica screeched. Mom hit the back of the seat.
Go, go.
Horror-struck and heartsick, she moved over to the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator. Fists hit the car as they surged forward. The car fishtailed on the dirt road, past run-down fences and back onto the old highway. She swallowed. She'd just left him there. She could feel hysteria burning at her chest, bubbling up. Again her grandfather's hand was on her shoulder. "It's okay. We're away. I don't know who he was, but he was a brave man, wasn't he? There was nothing you could do to help him."
I just left him there. He was
She swallowed.
gone, right?
She hadn't just left him there to be tortured. She hadn't just saved her own skin when he was the bravest man she ever met. Gripping the steering wheel, she sobbed. She'd only known him for a short while, but it felt like her heart was breaking. Mindlessly, she followed her grandfather's instructions, turning when he said to, speeding at his insistence. But she didn't feel like she was even there. She was still with him. He was still alive. She hit the steering wheel.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. We were all supposed to get out of there together. It was mine, Grandpa. It was mine.
Unable to see, she wiped at her eyes. Brave hero that he was, he'd literally given his life for them.
Hey, there are guns in the back here. And ammunition.
A car drove toward them on the highway, coming from the opposite direction. Sarah slowed the SUV and then swerved in front of the car, forcing them to stop. She jumped out and hurried to the window of the young 20-something driver. He slowly rolled his window down, and the young woman with him leaned forward.
I need some help. I have an injured elderly man and 2 freaked-out women who need hospital. Can you take them?
The two gaped at her. Sure, there's one 20 miles back."
Thank you.
She ran to the SUV.
Everyone out. They're taking you to the hospital.
It was her mother's turn to gape.
But Sarah, where are you going?
Sarah popped the back of the car open and rounded it to look at the weapons.
I'm going back to get Murdoch if I can. Sarah, no.
Her mother moved forward.
He's gone, sweetheart. Borrow a cell phone and call the police, will you?
"Sarah, this is not a good idea." Her grandfather's voice was weak but stern. She placed her hands on the edge of the car and leaned in, exhausted.
Do you think I don't know that? But I have to do this. I can't stand the thought of his body lying there in the muck at that place. What are they doing to him? If I can't do anything, I can't. But I have a bulletproof car and I have to try. Send the police.
They got in the car and it quickly sped off, back in the direction it had come from. Sarah removed guns with zero hesitation. She'd kill them all if she had to. She tested 2 by shooting into the air. She found extra ammunition, tested it, then set the guns on the seat beside her. She locked the doors and turned the SUV around. She wasn't leaving him behind. Sarah drove back as fast as she dared. Visions of Murdoch's body being mutilated, defiled by those men urging her on. At the same time, she was still having a hard time accepting. He was dead, wasn't he? She knew he was. He had felt the bullets enter his body, but she just couldn't get herself to believe it. He was larger than life, the force of his personality so big that she was having a hard time believing he could just be gone. She was probably in shock, but wouldn't she feel it if he was dead? Yes, they'd only known each other for 2 days, but they'd bonded. She'd never felt this way about a man before. They were connected somehow. She'd felt it, so she would know, wouldn't she? She turned off and sped down the dirt road, then turned again onto the run-down property. When the headlights lit up the yard, men stood around Murdoch's body. Donovan going through his pockets, another man nudging him with his boot. Grief and protectiveness roared up inside her, and she absolutely lost her mind. Screaming, she accelerated and tried with every fibre of her being to run the villains over, to flatten them, kill them, wipe them from the face of the planet. Guns lifted, then lowered, as square pants stopped them from shooting. They ran instead, dipping, darting, jumping out of the way. She turned around and went for them again. She was hurting so badly inside, her chest clenching, her heart burning. Murdoch was dead. She couldn't stand it. She wanted all of them dead too. Sarah rolled down her window halfway, screamed and started shooting. The gun jumped in her hand and she almost dropped it. She stomped on the brake and with both hands free shot up the front yard to hell and back. Splinters flew from the porch, raining flecks of wood. Men scattered, ducking to the sides of the old structure, diving into the house. As she continued to shoot, she screamed out her pain and rage. She wanted them away from his body. She knew she couldn't lift him, but she could guard him until the police arrived. Murdoch stood. Sarah gaped, took her foot off the accelerator, and the car rolled to a stop as she continued to gape. He headed for her at a run. She sucked in her breath, rolled up her window, and as men started to shoot at Murdoch out of the window of the house, she accelerated forward between them and Murdoch. She put the car in park and unlocked his door. With a grimace, he slid inside.
Murdoch,
She breathed out his name. Tears filled her eyes.
you're alive.
He chuckled. After a fashion, apparently. She just fell apart and started to sob.
You're here. Please, please just don't ever leave me like that again.
The next thing she knew, she was sitting on his lap, hugging him tight as his arms held her to him. He bent his head and rubbed his cheek against her hair. She looked down at his body, saw bullet holes in his shirt, but didn't see any blood. He felt like real flesh and blood, but no blood. And she'd seen him, felt him shot multiple times. She felt him again, lifted his shirt and pressed fingers against warm, undamaged flesh. He wasn't wearing a bulletproof jacket.
Murdoch, we're dead, aren't we? I rolled down the window and I was shot and killed instantly, wasn't I?
He chuckled. No, lass, you're not dead. I ken the difference.
You know what? I don't care. Just as long as we stay together, I can handle this. You belong to me now. You know that, right?
She lay her head on his chest and started to cry again.
You're mine, Murdoch. Forever.
Chapter 12. Murdoch had been in many a battle, but never seen anything like it. Like her. Even believing him dead, Sarah fought for him. She'd come back for him. The love he held for her seemed to explode in his chest, filling every fibre of his being. She'd come back for him. As they sat there, intertwined, men came from the shadows. They crept closer to the car. He didn't want to let Sarah go, but forced himself to lean back so he could look down at her beautiful, tear-stained face. Sarah, love. He slowly twisted until she sat on the seat next to him so he could slide over to the driver's seat. He moved the gun she'd been using onto the seat between them. We're going to have to go, now. He put the car in reverse and slowly started to back up. Men scattered out of the way, then stopped to watch him. He looked at them as he drove slowly by. They looked back, menacing gazes full of purpose. It was eerie, like driving through a battlefield during a calm stretch, and seen the resolve and hatred on the enemies' faces. They thought they had resolve. Try and kill him, would they? Try and harm Sarah? The moment he was able, he'd launch a surprise attack, get Sarah to safety, and then be back to deal with them all. He continued to drive slowly by, noting the guns they held. Someone gave a shouted order. Men moved to one side, raised guns, and the entire car was shot to hell. Someone ran forward and threw open Sarah's door. It was unlocked. Murdoch lunged for her.
No!
Sarah threw herself forward, and one shot rang out as she blocked a bullet with her body, blocked the shot to him. Sarah jerked backward as blood exploded from her. A guttural bellow roared through the car, and he realized the sound came from him. "Nay, Sarah, nay!" She'd been shot. Her own fault, she acknowledged. She'd forgotten to lock the door.
Stupid, stupid.
This was nothing less than she deserved. Her ears hurt. Murdoch screamed in a language unknown to her, his voice agonized, wretched, hysterical. He fired repeatedly at the man who'd shot her, the noise deafening her, leaving her ears ringing. The bullet sent the man tumbling backward as Murdoch accelerated and surged forward. The door shut on its own, which was good. She didn't think she'd be able to reach for it. She couldn't seem to move. She heard the snick of the lock and could feel herself fading. Something heavy was over her chest, Murdoch's arm. He was pushing her back into the seat. He was swinging the steering wheel, turning the car around. Light faded. She was dying. But if she hadn't come back, Murdoch would be dead now. If she had to die to save him, she could accept that. He'd done no less for her. Her family was safe. Murdoch was safe. She was okay with her fate. Murdoch shoved the gear into park and held her close. He turned on the overhead light and pulled her shirt down to access her wound. "I've got ye. You cannae die, Sarah. Do you ken me? If you're gone, it's all been for naught. If you don't stay with me, I'll turn to madness, I swear it. Do you understand that I waited years for ye? Only you. You're the reason I couldn't move on." An occasional bullet pinged the car. Murdoch's breathing was harsh as he pressed on her shoulder. "Ye were here, waiting in my future, making it all worth it. You must be well, Sarah. Talk to me, lass. Tell me you're here. I'll get you to safety, to a doctor. I'll make this right. I swear it." She panted, pain from the pressure of his hand making her head swim.
"And you always keep your promises."
"Always." Murdoch gently set her against the seat and pulled her tight against his body. He straightened the car, and a young, beautiful girl was highlighted in the beams, a plaid dress flowing around her legs. He slammed on the brakes, and the car lurched to a stop as pain knifed through Sarah. The girl smiled, a smiling angel. Through the windshield, Sarah smiled back. She was really dead then, wasn't she? As her head lolled to the side, she heard Murdoch's roar, then knew no more. Harsh breaths expelled from his body, and some dark corner of Murdoch's mind told him Sauntsray was there. He'd seen the lass, but it didn't matter any more. Sarah was gone, dead. Gun in hand, Murdoch threw open the door and started to shoot. The man in front of him went down, and he snatched up his gun as well, rounding the car and continuing to shoot one man after another. He'd lost Sarah, which meant he'd lost everything. Sonny was there, but too late. Too late. He knew she was to take him, but not before he got his revenge. Arm outstretched, another man killed. He walked up the porch steps, kicked open the door and blasted his gun. 2 more dead. He couldn't breathe as grief tightened his throat. He took 5 shots to the back, but it didn't seem to affect him as he turned and killed the man, emptying his gun. He grabbed another as he went through the house, out the back, rounded the corner, found another and killed him as well. Everyone was dead. Sarah was dead. Throwing the gun down, he went back to the vehicle and gathered Sarah gently into his arms. Noise bubbled up from his throat as he fell to his knees, hugging her tight to his chest. He was crying, howling, and he couldn't seem to stop. Why had he been happy when she'd come back for him? Now she was dead. He'd not wanted her dead.
Well, Murdoch, what do you wish to do?
Sonny's light, happy voice sounded nearby, incongruous in this dark atmosphere of death. She'd been the same at Culloden Moor, spreading hope and cheer, but not here, not now.
Do you wish to say goodbye first?
What do you think I'm doing? He grated the words. His arms tightened about Sarah as a thought occurred to him. I'm taking Sarah with me. He finally glanced at Sonny. She looked sympathetic.
Taking her with you? You know she canna go with you. She has to stay here.
Why can't I take her? Sonny looked exasperated.
Murdoch, take her where?
He clenched his eyes. If he was going to hell, he didn't wish her there with him, did he? He held her closer, crying into her hair. He never did anything right.
Do you wish to go meet with Bonnie Prince Charlie?
Like I care about him. He sobbed out the words.
So you didn't wish to meet with a man? Get your vengeance? Murdoch, you've got to help me out here. What do you want?
I didn't give a rat's arse about Bonnie Prince Charlie. I never have. Who could I, when everything's my fault? Sonny tipped her head to the side.
What's your fault?
He held Sarah to him. Culloden Moor. If I'd recognised Bradstreet, my counterpart, if I hadn't turned back, no one would have died at that place.
Bradstreet fooled everyone? 'Tis what spies do.
I'll let everyone down. They'd blame me if they truly understood.
The reason no one ever blamed you wasn't because they didn't know the deed, but because they never once held you responsible.
If Sarah had never met me, she'd still be. Sonny sighed.
Culloden Moor wasn't your fault. Didn't try and second-guess history. You're just not that important, Murdoch.
Ye weren't there. I deserve hell for what happened that day.
If you deserved hell, you'd have gone straight there. Do you think the devil awaits on payment?
Sonny rubbed her temple.
Laddie, I've got quite a bit on my plate at the moment. More than you could possibly know. I simply didn't have time for this. So remove the hair shirt you're carrying and make a decision.
Was Sonny right? Would he already reside in hell if he garnered all the blame for that horrible day? Sonny snapped her fingers.
Murdoch, 'tis time to make your choice, laddie. I've much to do.
Choice?
If you dinna wish to stay, dinna stay. I mean, truly, what's keeping you here? But you're giving me mixed signals. But taking Sarah with you isn't an option. You know that, right?
She's dead, as am I. If I'm not bound for hell, why can't I take her with?
Because she's yet to finish living her life.
He looked down at Sarah and was astounded to see her take a breath. She was alive. She looked like she was in a deep sleep. He jostled her in his arms. Sarah. His arm slackened so he could see more of her. He checked her wound, and it was bleeding sluggishly. She needed a doctor, not a priest. He couldn't seem to think.
I mean, if you do wish to stay with her, I'm sure her heart will eventually mend, and she'll find another to love.
Murdoch was confused, but one thing he knew for certain. His grip tightened around her once more. She's mine. Sonny rolled her eyes.
Let's not start this again.
She'll not have another.
Well, then you might have to stay as well.
She spoke as if to a young child. "Stop torturing me. What am I to say?" Sonny rolled her eyes.
I didn't know. You seem to be in a hurry to leave.
"I don't wish to go." Sonny looked at him impatiently. "I'm staying." She threw up her arms and smiled.
Finally, the man makes a decision.
"What is that supposed to mean?"
Well, you did save her. Risked your life to do it too. And didn't she do the same? So stay here if you've a mind.
He couldn't seem to think. What was this, some sort of test?
Murdoch,
She had a look of kindness on her face.
'twas a well-deserved second chance.
He looked down and realised he'd no wounds. He lifted Sarah's shirt to see she still did, but she was breathing, alive. He finally smiled and glanced up, but Sonny was gone. Sarah slowly woke. "Thank you, Sonny," he whispered. "Oh, thank you." Sarah gazed up at him.
Murdoch, what happened?
"Marry me. Be with me always." She grinned at him.
Of course I'll marry you. You belong to me, remember? But for now, get me out of here.
He immediately picked her up.
Where are we going?
"We're off to find a doctor. Then, if you're feeling up to it, mayhap a priest." Chapter 13. Donovan was tense as his car pulled up outside of Fredrickson's house. He exited the vehicle and couldn't help thinking about the men he'd lost. Some had been with him for over a decade. Where would he hire new ones? He wished he'd never decided to expand his business. It just hadn't been worth it. Not that he had a choice anymore. He hurried past the gorgeous landscaping, up the steps, and rang the doorbell. Ignoring the camera pointed at him, he tried to stay as still as possible, tried to hide any tremors or overt fear. Fredrickson was dead, and his brother had taken over. Donovan needed to make a good impression, and he would. He had the microchip after all. He'd opened it and knew the information would net him a get-out-of-jail-free pass. If he wanted to stay alive, he'd hand it over to the new Fredrickson. Not a problem. He'd taken it off the Highlander's body, out of his pocket, and run away with it when the girl tried to run everyone down. In retrospect, it was the best decision he'd ever made, because apparently the guy woke up and killed almost everyone. The new Fredrickson was willing to overlook much because Donovan had it. The door was answered by two dark-haired men, both in grey suits. As indicated, he followed them down the hall. He waited for about 15 minutes, positive he was still being spied upon by hidden cameras, and tried to keep his expression blank, to appear relaxed. Finally, he was escorted in. Fredrickson, the younger brother, sat behind the desk now. His older brother had been muscled, thick-necked, wide. The younger brother was more slender, as lean as his brother had been square, but they both had the same cold, deadly brown eyes. Donovan was quick to hand over the microchip. "This it?" Donovan nodded, cleared his throat, and agreed. "Yes. A lot of trouble over such a small item." Donovan nodded once more. Fredrickson handed it to a younger man, who quickly plugged it into a box, plugged into a computer. Everyone watched, waiting, curious. "I have something here." All three leaned closer to the large monitor. An episode of Scooby-Doo popped up, the familiar music starting to play. Fredrickson sat back and looked at him. "Is this a joke?" Sweat broke out on Donovan's back, and he shook his head. "No, this is what I took off the Highlander. I opened it earlier. It must be on another file." The kid at the computer did a quick search, then shook his head. "It's the only file on here. If there was anything else, It's been wiped by someone who knew what they were doing. Donovan's knees felt weak as Fredrickson turned toward him once more and gave him a long look. The things going on behind his eyes made Donovan shiver. You might want to rethink your life of crime. I can fix this. I can go after the Highlander for you. Fredrickson signalled 2 men to come forward. I'm not going after the Highlander. I'm not stupid like my brother. I plan to just leave him alone. They hauled him away, and once again, Donovan wished with all his heart he'd never tried to expand his business. Epilogue. January, 6 months later. As they headed into the elementary school, Sarah gripped Murdoch's hand tightly.
Thanks for coming with me.
Look, I helped make the poster, did I not? I wished to see it set up. Sarah dug her key out and opened her classroom door just as June came down the hall.
Hey guys, how was the honeymoon in Scotland?
Sarah grinned, probably smugly.
Scotland was fabulous.
Murdoch grinned. Aye, it was. June's eyes narrowed, her gaze going between the 2 of them.
Apparently so. Sarah, you know I'm not going to be able to stand being around you if you don't tone that happiness down, all right? I'll do my best. How was the cabin?
June waved a hand.
Christmas at the cabin was fabulous as always, although my parents are still wondering who stayed at their place last summer.
She grinned.
Apparently they still haven't found the culprits. You haven't told them? Are you kidding? No way. It's added a level of excitement to their otherwise dull lives. All of the neighbors are up in arms about it, and they even thought about hiring a sketch artist to describe the 2 women, because the Westons met and spoke to them. But I have to say my dad's not really that invested in finding out who it was, as they only stole makeup and hair styling products.
Sarah grinned.
Those dirty, rotten scoundrels. I think he just likes all the attention it's generated.
Sarah opened the door and flipped on the light. The last time she'd been here, the kids had been waving her off to Scotland a few days before the break. Though she'd married Murdoch last July, they hadn't had a chance to take a honeymoon until Christmas. It had taken that long for Murdoch to get established in his job and to get his passport. As she'd healed up, he told her his story. It came in bits and pieces at first, then, when she'd believed, after all they'd been through together, all she'd seen, it hadn't taken much to convince her, it had all come pouring out. The years of fear, aching loneliness and guilt. Standing on the grounds of Culloden Moor and seeing the spot Murdoch had been buried had been heartbreaking. As far as he could tell, his friends had gone, every last one of them. As they'd soaked up the history and atmosphere of the place, she'd asked,
You don't have regrets about staying? Being with me in the future?
He pulled her close and pressed his forehead to hers. Thus, until you, I didn't have a future. As she'd clung to him and sobbed over his words and his past, he'd laughed. Just the thought of it made her tear up again. She loved the guy with all her heart, with everything in her. Sometimes she still couldn't believe that he'd chosen her, a schoolteacher from Boston, and that he loved her so well. He caught her glance, and his lips curved into that cocky grin of his, as if he knew what she was thinking. He reached for her, and Jane stepped between them and raised her hands.
Okay, enough of that. Honeymoon is officially over, especially in front of me.
They laughed. Murdoch proved to be exactly what her grandfather's office had been looking for in terms of security. They hadn't had any more problems with threats, theft, or kidnapping. Apparently Murdoch's reputation preceded him. After hearing his story, Grandpa had tried to give him the code name, the Ghost, but it hadn't stuck as others in the espionage community continued to call him the Highlander.
Well?
Sarah glanced at her friend.
What?
June pointed toward one wall decorated with drawings of mountains, trees, and lakes. Many featured two stick figures.
What's this? I got together with your substitute teacher and we had the kids all draw pictures of Scotland.
Sarah grinned.
Of course. I see it now.
Murdoch chuckled as he unrolled the 8-foot poster depicting the places she'd visited in Scotland on her honeymoon. Principal Winslow poked his head in the door. "Hey, guys, back from the honeymoon." His gaze darted to Murdoch, to Sarah, then back to Murdoch. "Did you have a good time?"
It was great, thanks.
He nodded. "I just wanted to welcome you home."
Thanks.
Murdoch didn't comment, only stared at the smaller man, making him visibly nervous. "Okay then, I'll leave you to get settled in again. June, can you help me out?" After Principal Winslow and June left, Sarah couldn't help darting a gaze toward Murdoch, who still stood, unsmiling, watching after the man.
Are you going to help me out, big guy?
Murdoch crossed to her and helped her remove the decorations she'd put up last July on the day they'd met. He helped her tack the poster and accompanying decorations into place, and then they both stood back to admire their work. She glanced at him.
You're smiling.
"So I am."
Fun honeymoon? Are you happy when you're married to me?
He pulled her close and buried his head in her neck, kissing the pulse point over her throat. She giggled and clasped a handful of his hair. His beautiful dark eyes twinkled with exultation and banked passion. Another smile curved his cheek. "Aye, Mrs. Stirling, I'm very happy when I'm married to you." He kissed her neck again, making her squeal. "Now, tell me again. I never tire of hearing it."
I love you, Murdoch.
He smiled. "And I you, forever." Sarah remembered wishing in this very classroom that she could meet someone who would offer her a forever kind of love. Her lips curved as Murdoch bent down to kiss her. Forever could be a long time with a ghost. This has been Murdoch, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 22. Written by Diane Darcy. Narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Copyright 2016 by Diane Darcy. Production copyright by Diane Darcy.